closer, tiny dancer.
What do we know about Big Rookie?
Big Rookie is the CEO of... I don't want to get this wrong, so let me...
Yeah, it'd be a bad thing to get wrong.
They're putting their hair out in the commentary booth.
He's the...
Hey, Wayne.
Oh, hey.
What's up? No worries.
That's all right. Is this us? Is it just 5 today?
Oh.
Oh, okay. Who else is coming? Oh, he's FT.
I'll win 3 bets to
Oh, he might be
450
coming then.
with the ace-jack suited.
Okay.
See what Big Rookie chooses to do.
Oh, Bruce and Jared then, no? Oh, did he? Oh.
Comes with just the call and good flop for LV.
Guaranteed action.
Great flop for LV even. And see if Big Rookie chooses to continue with ace king. Pretty close spot, I would think. Understandable folding, no backdoors or anything.
Huh?
So LV wins.
Oh, yeah.
One amateur against 4 pros.
So we played last week on the stream I did last Wednesday. Played pretty well, I thought. Some nice selective aggression spots. Picked up a few pots without the best hand. Really like this style.
I like that one.
125.
You are casing, yeah. 125. No one's going to tune in to watch that. 150, man.
And
Fucking hell.
Justin-
Get the Get the 150 on.
Getting aggressive early.
Game, man.
5 deuce of hearts.
Save 25 bucks.
Big Rookie's in on the button.
Man, make it 300. Come on.
300.
Perry completes from the big blind, 3 ways to the flop, and none of the 3 flop a pair in spite of having 6 unique cards. Interesting turn card though is Perry picks up an open ender, including the jack to the super nuts. Big Rookie picks up top pair, top kicker, and would think he would put out some kind of bet here. Goes for somewhat smaller sizing. Makes sense. See how Perry chooses to play this. I think both calling and raising are viable. Going for the raise. Definitely a good combo to be putting pressure on here. 1,000 straight. Pretty big raise.
Once you got your food, I'm going to order some myself.
And let's see what Big Rookie does. This is not a comfortable spot for him.
Brain food.
Not sure if these two have any history playing against each other, but yeah, just in general, a very tricky spot is Big Rookie. It can be totally dead here against value hands. Yeah, I think that's an understandable laydown. Nicely done by Perry.
10-4 suited.
Lunatic.
Like, I mean, Perry.
Nice move by Perry.
Yeah, the check raise size is representing a hand better than Ace 9. It's not like he ever has Queen 9 in that line. So yeah, Big Rookie's only hoping to beat a bluff like the one Perry had, which still has plenty of equity. So
You're
definitely an interesting spot from both perspectives.
You didn't have value there because my estimations will go down.
100% a bluff.
Okay, so yeah, what's Big Rookie the CEO of?
CEO of Younger Optics, which is one of the last, if not the last, glasses building or frames building business, because most of them are corporate.
Nice.
So I have talked to him in the last few months, and he's passing on the torch to a new generation.
Really good hand. So we're folding the big blind now. That's crazy.
Very cool. I mean, I've been on team glasses for quite a few years now. After wearing contacts for from maybe like age 9 until age 30 or so. I'd say the last 5 years or so, I've just been like all glasses. So
yeah, I've been
respect.
the same way.
Rushmore.
Jack 7 off. You got me.
A friend who just got a PRK surgery a week or two ago, and he's like still having like issues. It's
really?
Kind of sucks. Yeah. Said like occasionally it's been like actual pain, but usually just more like can't see like blurry vision and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like I heard it's gotten safer
Yeah, I mean, I know there's like different methods as well, but yeah, and I know it can take like up to a month to like normalize, but still,
Okay.
it's a big time commitment there.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
a month of not being able to function correctly. Like,
Yeah.
can't imagine. Obviously, he doesn't have kids.
Yeah, I don't know if they heard earlier, but it's short-handed egg because of many tournaments going around and also in Europe, Barcelona. So.
Yep, Turbo, regular of the show, has been firing the EPT Barcelona.
Yeah, Kitty's there, Maria's there.
Make it suited, kind of
Nandu suit, I'll
connected.
open. I'll open Nandu suit on the button. No problem.
Where's Barry Woods?
He's abroad, but he should be back in a week or two. So, you know, we always love Barry Woods and Turbo's banter.
Of course.
Nandu suit.
Barry also posted his ideal table. It's 7 other Barry Woods sitting there.
That's pretty funny.
I got a 0% VPIP. Right, start recording now.
Mine's higher than yours.
Jesus fucking Christ. Easy. To get on high card.
Yeah, not too much going on yet. I mean, of course, that Queen 10 versus Ace 9 was an interesting spot.
They've done it on purpose. They've set us up. They've taken all the
Otherwise, yeah, I mean, the card matchups just haven't really been there yet,
trying to make us look stupid.
but we are just getting started. And do expect more players to trickle in.
Fold. Okay. Come on the side. Come on the side.
Big Rookie folds the Queen 5 suited on the button. Alvin folds the Ace 4 in the small. Okay, yeah.
No shame.
Maybe we need to add a new rule or something.
He hasn't missed out on much yet. We're all 0% gaping.
Excuse me.
Mashed potatoes.
Forget it. There's a big blind ante too, right?
Mashed potatoes.
Yes.
Yeah, those are very tight folds. I mean, even in
With one open.
you know, no ante, those would be both opens.
Well, it's supposed to be. I actually don't see a big blind ante there. So.
Oh, maybe they're not. But,
Oh, no, there is.
it's in
Yeah, it's
there.
there.
Yeah. So yeah, those are
120.
quite tight folds, I would say. There's a hand that's not folding.
Yep.
2 kings. Justin has a hand that's going to be able to withstand a 3-bet as well and see a flop. So
Very nice.
let's build a pot. Perry and Paul each with standard folds in the blinds with Ace 10 off and Ace 9 off. Oh, Justin does fold actually. Okay. Didn't expect this either.
It's a good hand.
It was a lot better than my hand. I was 6 high, but it's the best hand I've seen all day. I'm suited.
I would also argue a tight fold, but closer.
I'm in it.
You're actually Brown, honestly. You're actually living up to your last name. Justin Brown.
Certainly can be tougher to play a hand like that out of position to a 3-bet when we don't know. I don't know how much history Justin has playing with Albie. So if he's going to be confused a lot post flop, then it is going to be a tough one to navigate. So understand and see the slow motion fold. Just all done.
Well, I wouldn't be folding that.
So Phil Locke's, you know,
Play that for free.
final tables
Fucking free.
recent tournament, and that's why I couldn't make it. Jared also had to cancel. Bruce should be on his way.
Yeah, how good is Phil Locke? I mean, just comes back after, you know. I mean, I know he's still stays in the poker streets in various forms, but I know I haven't played with him too much in recent years.
I actually haven't either because, you know, I'm not that active in the live scene. But
Yeah, I think plays more cash games than tournaments these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
He booked a win last week. Paul James 3-betting here.
Yeah, and Justin deciding whether to probably cold 4-bet, does not. See if Albie really wants to get speculative here.
I made a big fold.
I weren't folding pre-flop. I wasn't folding pre-flop.
Colossal fold.
I wasn't folding.
Yeah, I think in Justin's spot, ace jack suited, I'm probably, I like a cold 4 there. Ace jack off, a little,
You're actually no value
little wide.
for the stream. You just made a colossal fold there. You just folded 6-4 suited, and your head's 10k against someone who's got king plus.
Yeah, Paul's telling Justin he folded 6-4 suited against the kings the other hand, which is assuming there's no way he could have possibly folded 6-5 suited. I like the logic by Paul. Just couldn't possibly think Justin would be so tight. I'll be really driving the action here. I like it. He's sees all this folding around him, and he's like, I'm gonna pounce.
Something of the sort.
Who sang that? Was it you who sang that earlier?
But yeah, anyway, we wish good luck to Phil Locke at the bike final table.
Planted it.
What made you start singing that?
I don't know. It's a good song.
Paul with pocket threes in the cutoff. We just saw a 3 folded right in front of him.
To make you
So
laugh.
noted if this ends up going post flop, which is a big if. No, Alvy's defending this for sure.
It's a classic race. Just kidding.
Okay, so this could be interesting here. Neither player flops much. Paul has an option whether to c-bet this hand or not. Yeah, given that he does, this should just take it down.
Am I good?
I like the c-bet there. I think we want to bet more often with like the extra small pocket pairs here, like the 3s through 5s region, and check more with stuff like 9s and 8s that doesn't need quite as much protection.
Can you give me some yellows? Because I want to be able to tip you when I win a hand. For sure. Thanks, dude.
I noticed poker training sites have gotten more advanced since back in the day, and they print articles like that.
Actually, how about this?
I'm turning low pairs and to deny equity and
Yeah, if you don't fuck me on the
Yeah, certainly helps to be able to
turn them into a bluff.
see it on solver outputs and stuff. But yeah, I mean the logic is really there. Yeah, I mean say you have both of those hands and Alvy has 8-7 suited or something. Like in one case you want him to make a pair, in the other case you don't. It matters. All right, big rookie opening it up this time on the button. Not going to be rewarded for this decision as Alvy actually wakes up with queens. Let's see if Perry has anything to contest. Nope.
I want to see what the game looks like tomorrow.
I'll be there.
Nice.
Come on.
I'm supposed to at least.
So like online in these shorthanded games, you can have a lot of tables open. So if you do squeak out win rates
Are we getting all the cards?
in
Who's getting all the cards?
Lower-
Yeah?
VPIP tables, you can at least get volume in.
125.
True, yeah. I mean, the hands get dealt out faster when there's just quick finishes like this sometimes.
Especially with the smaller stakes, like, there's more options for tables, so you could just have 12 of them open, maybe 16.
Yes, and I mean, you as a StarCraft player, I'm sure expert at handling the multi-tabling.
Yeah, I mean, Elky and I had different ways of doing it, and even pillars. But,
That's why we can't have nice
know.
things in poker. Trying to do it for my girlfriend.
so kind of that was on a
Get
podcast,
dreams against me over here. When's it gonna be my
and I told him, I'm like, I don't understand how you could play like one table at a time. And he's like, I could show you how you play one table at a time. Because like in my head, it's just like I need to get through the variants, and
Good cards. I don't need.
Fair.
live poker's so slow. You're really at the mercy of the deck. And online,
that what you do?
you're gonna go through downswings,
Gotta
but
try
you
that.
can play through them with volume.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm a big fan of multi-tabling online myself. Although last night I actually did a rare one-tabling for about an hour and a half at the end because I made a final table on Ignition and it went way past my bedtime. So I was just too tired to really keep up with the other tables of cash or whatever. So I just decided to stop and focus. I did watch a stream on the side, but it's different.
Yeah. What do you think of Cosmo, Karate Kid?
Well, I saw the hand against Brendan. I forget what he goes by in this, but
Shimmy?
Yeah, Shimmy, yes. I mean, the hand is. I mean, I respect his play on the hand. I think peeling the 4-bet is close, but definitely love the animation afterwards. Just the the moves. So it was cool. Is Shimmy going to be back on anytime soon?
It depends on, the regular players who like to play with each other. They always get priority, and then, opportunity.
He's a guy I've actually played with quite a bit in the time I've played cash games at Commerce in the last year, and really nice guy.
Yeah. And he works. So very, very good player for
That's impressive, yeah.
what's considered a recreational.
It is, yeah. I mean, definitely towing the line there, but but that's impressive, yeah.
I'm a recreational too. I work for a living.
Presented here by Ggpoker. It's a great game.
Shout out.
I mean, I'm a dad. I put a lot of work into that.
120.
No idea.
It's 24 a person.
It's a lot.
Oh, no, including the tip, isn't it?
Wait. Oh, is it includes?
Well, how much is it regularly without the tip?
16,
16, 5 people. It's like 8.
Albie takes one down here. Didn't see how it got to the turn, but best hand wins.
Send me
70.
skin here, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Send me skin.
So Cosmo is regular in San Diego area. He and I have a lot of mutual friends.
Good news.
Dinner with him, and good guy, and just
Bad news.
it's funny.
God,
I think we talked about it last night. Recently posted the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme. It's like pros of the table, especially online pros, pointing at each other. It's like, do you know how much that guy wins? Do you have any idea? We could track it online. Sharkscope or used to be poker table ratings. I don't know if they track cash games anymore online.
I don't think so. I mean, I know there are sites that do it for like the, GG and stars and such. I've heard they're not the most accurate. Yeah, definitely not what it used to be. Yeah, and then live, there's just no tracker at all, so you can just, make stuff up about each other. Like, yeah, he's up 3 times as much as me this year.
That's part of, being on Poker Media. I had to develop cred. Obviously you have a 10 trillion bracelets, but, one of the only honest ways to
He's a bit of a rush.
prove you're winning is a PTR ratings or Sharkscope graph.
Mm-hmm. See what Albie wants to do here. He's in. 3-way flop. And kind of an interesting one. Albie with 4s up. Justin with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Seems like a good one for him to take a stab. Albie comes with call. The bet was for a 3rd pot. And there's the flush draw comes in, so still just has 7 high right now, but as you see, 39% equity against 2 pair here. And definitely a nice spot to barrel again. Just would expect him to do that. See what size he chooses. Goes for like a mid-size. Seems like maybe a size that is credibly representing that he can have, like the 9s through 5 stuff for value. Or 10. Tough spot for Albie here. Does continue. And brick on the river, so Justin was just still just 7 high, and he has to decide whether to bluff. I think I probably would, but could make an argument that we'd be over bluffing if we just take hands like this and bluff all the time. Also, Albie could be trapping with the 4, which he should have more 4x than us,
Right.
as Justin.
22.
So he does go for
large.
Polarizing size, a little small over bet. So yeah, now he's definitely not repping a 9s through 5s type hand. Not even a 10, I would say. Probably not even a queen. So it's kind of an interesting sizing choice. Possibly you could have a queen, I guess.
10 seconds.
If you have a wheel draw here, do you generally check back the turn in the river? Actually, don't know this spot.
Cool.
And he does get it through. Nicely done, Justin. So you're saying if Justin has like ace-5 or something?
Ace-deuce, yeah. Ace-deuce suited.
Yeah, I don't think we would bluff that. I think it probably just has enough showdown.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is that a bluff?
No.
Later.
That looks like the grin of a man who just got away with one.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that last time about like signs that you got bluffed out. Is the grin, the slow card push, the picking up the cards and flicking them.
Fuck it off.
Yeah, we just asked, or someone at least asked him if it was a bluff, and he's like, "Oh, you'll see on the stream." Yeah. So yeah, with the wheel, yeah, if he has like ace-5 or ace-deuce there, I mean, I guess you could bluff, but I think there's just you have a lot of like worse showdown hands even than ace-high to pick from first, and probably wouldn't dig all the way up to ace-high.
Issues with the shuffler.
Shuffle
Yeah.
machine, not good.
December 145.
Completely brown.
125.
You get a
Big
discount,
rookie.
David.
You want call?
Oh.
You free call?
And another three-way flop here. Couple suited aces. Big rookie with the most equity with the live cards, King Jack. And big flop for Justin. Net flush draw and an open ender.
Sure.
Yeah, he does check. I mean, yeah, typically out of position as the pre-flop raiser here. We're just playing pure check on these kind of boards. Board that's supposed to be better for the in-position flatter. So now the straight comes in, so just big spot. I mean, big rookie snap check behind the flop, so I think it's ambitious to think that he would stab now. So yeah, Justin comes with a small bet, which I think is good.
December 145.
Probably just going to get through, but LV could get suspicious and do something. No. I like how Justin played that hand, though. It's hard when they don't have anything. So you say Justin lives here, plays at Commerce a bunch?
Yeah, and I know everybody and see so many people. I hate getting things wrong. Also, I play all the games and a wide range of stakes. Although now cutting out the lower end stakes and higher end stakes because
125.
the propping here is very, you stick to what you're assigned to. Whereas in previous arrangements,
Incredible.
you play
What can I do?
Absolutely.
no limit on top of limit and
Bad.
potentially other games.
Ante and all.
So what are the games you're playing the most these days here?
Oh, it's limit hold'em 2040. Like
Yes.
props nowadays are pretty much only limit. Like they had some PLO hosting going on. Lyman was the PLO host, and then the DOJ had some warnings about protocols. Like we're not running it twice here. Other places are running it twice, and I'm sure Commerce has been running it twice forever.
All right, here's a little spot. Perry raises the button with 2 kings. Paul 3-bets the small blind as he should with ace-7 suited. He doesn't have to. I mean, this deep calling is totally viable too, but 3-betting is normal and good. Yeah, Justin folds 8s in the big blind, which again facing the 3-bet cold. Again, a good play, I think. So yeah, think Perry. I mean, they're quite deep. Yeah, 4-bet makes sense. Looks like he went quite big there. Yes, 2,000 straight.
The way you push it out was kind of like a rounder style
Yeah.
movie bet.
Yeah, Paul just folds. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I think Paul's fairly low in his range, so pretty easy fold, I think. But I wonder what Paul perceives that raise the 2,000 as there. And say if he had ace-jack suited, what would he do there? I think that would be interesting.
No, that should be it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
But yeah, the big blind spot there. I mean, we saw Justin quickly fold the 2/8s. Yeah, I think this is a good and normal fold. I mean, for one thing, they're extra deep, so I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue, oh well, he could cold call and try to set mine or whatever, but like it's a little bit transparent. I mean, you could. I'm not saying it's not an option at all, but I think usually in that spot we're just wanting to play raises and folds for the most part. And yeah, 2/8 just doesn't block any of the really strong value hands in either range, so it's just a little bit too weak, I think, to continue there. I'd rather continue with like a king jack suited or something that just has better blockers to good hands.
You guys want to do a round of 100?
Sure.
Justin enjoying, it looks like, the salmon? No, what is it? I have no idea, actually.
Can't quite tell from here.
The food here has drastically improved. I mean, commerce was always, like, not bad throughout the decades.
Yeah, I mean, I only have much experience recently, but I like what I've had here recently, certainly. So they're doing a round of $100 straddles now. I have not seen any stand-up game negotiations yet. Does seem like maybe the chief stand-up negotiating crew is not in the house.
I think Big Rookie mentioned that he didn't enjoy the stand-up game, so that probably suits him pretty well.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, don't blame him, especially if he's, for someone who's not super experienced in it, which I would assume, like, that could be extra tough. I've even had that experience myself, and I do this for a living. I mean, I feel like I can find my way around it okay, but it can be a little intimidating.
I think we're okay with that.
Wherever you want.
Paul contemplating a defense, and he's going to go for it here with 9-6 off. And each of them flop a pair, which is good news for Big Rookie, as he has the best one. Goes for a 200.
Do you prefer a check behind in this spot, or?
Oh, you could. It's definitely viable. Yeah, like sometimes using some of the weaker top pairs is a good strategy for picking some checkbacks. I think it's an either or is fine spot with his hand. Does check back the turn, which I like. I think it's a little dicey to try to get value on the turn there, and certainly in an ugly spot against a raise if that were to happen. Yeah, now he's going to go for some value. And speaking of raises, this would be an interesting spot for Paul to do that. Yeah, so Big Rookie bets a little under half pot. Does kind of feel like he has, something like what he has, I would say. Oh, yeah, I know Paul's the type of creative player who could try something here.
Very.
Would be interesting in this spot for sure. Does have kind of a decent hand to do it with a pair and straight blocker. There it goes. Ooh, big raise.
Wow.
Wow, that is massive. Well, yeah. So basically, Paul is attacking a capped range, at least in his perception. He thinks Big Rookie's not checking back the turn with something really good, like say like King's Up or better. And now he's representing that and putting Big Rookie to a tough decision. Now, Big Rookie does have an intriguing bluff catcher. He also just blocked the river straight anyway. Tough to, yeah. I mean, that's a big bet. Well done, Paul.
Well done, Paul.
So yeah, it was about roughly a 200% pot check raise there.
Do you think against somebody like Paul Nell, you might want to check back talk pair if you're not willing to?
Yeah,
call those hyper-sized bets.
I think in that spot it's probably a good idea. I mean, from a range perspective, it feels bad to be like just checking back a hand that's top pair on that run out. But I mean, the other thing I think we need to do in practice is just like check back some strong hands on the turn sometimes, so we're not so capped.
Come on.
Like certainly in that spot on the turn, like I think checking back a hand like King 9, for example, like something like that, which is like two pair but not like the nuts by any stretch, is kind of nice.
Yeah.
And then just using that as like an auto call and against this bet.
Check.
But yeah, well done identifying the capped range and pouncing on it by Paul.
Haven't got any sleeves. You ain't got any sleeves, so nothing.
So have you spent like, your poker career half, like live and online, or do you favor one side or another?
All three.
I definitely enjoy both. I'd say I lean toward online just because, I like the convenience of just kind of being able to like pick my hours and not have to commute, all that, and also just the volume, just being able to play a bunch of tables. And, yeah, but I certainly do enjoy live poker too. I always grind the WSOP pretty hard every year. Did that as well this year. Spent like 5 weeks just going like almost full live poker and playing every day there.
Did you do well this summer?
I did not.
No. That's been a common response from people on my network.
Well, I'm friends with the guy who won the WSOP main event, John Tamayo, so I at least got to have fun live sweating the final table and going out to celebratory dinner on him afterwards, so got something out of it. But yeah, no, it was my worst WSOP in probably ever, actually, for tournaments.
Damn.
I think I had a few back in the distant past where I just got really buried in like playing like high stakes cash games, but so that was worse, certainly monetarily. But like in terms of showing up and playing in tournaments every day, pretty much for 5 weeks, and just having like almost no success. Yeah. I've been spoiled though. Certainly I've had a lot of big WSOPs throughout the years, and like last year I had like a small losing WSOP where I still I think made like a final table or two and just lost really small for the summer. And I was like, okay, that's what a bad WSOP looks like. And then I had this one. I'm like, oh wait, okay, it could be a lot much worse than that. So yeah, that is the downside of tournaments. It's very easy, especially and live poker is even playing 5 weeks of tournaments, I probably played 50 tournament bullets or something, and it's not that hard to run bad in 50 tournament bullets. So spent some time on primedope.com afterwards, just sanity checking myself. I'm like, oh yeah, it's really nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think the ones that felt the worst to me is just like the $1,500 mixed events, because like historically those just felt like such like auto prints for me. Just feel just very obvious like where the edge comes from there. And
I think you just ran way below EV in those.
Yes, absolutely.
We know it happens.
I'm not saying I'm playing perfectly, but like I think I've played as well as I ever have, and yeah, the results were just different.
Do you know Zach Freeman well?
I don't know him well, no. I'm familiar with him. I've watched maybe a video or two of his.
So he's been in LA reg for a long time. I had him on a podcast. More so, he and I have a lot of mutual friends. Lyman, Bryce Yaki.
Mm-hmm.
We all know each other. So last year, I'm in the 10K08. And I don't get much time to play because, like, everything revolves around how much work I have.
Yeah.
And, I'm just, during break, I go meet Bryce and Zach Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll finish after this. But Paul James is going to limp Jack 7 suited. Justin's going to check an ace in position. Yeah,
pretty interesting flop for these two hands. Just a limp pot here in the straddle, but definitely two hands that have some interaction with the board. Paul now improves to an open-ender, and definitely seems like a good hand for him to put some money in with here. And Justin, of course, will not be going anywhere just yet. Yeah, Paul goes for roughly pot. Would expect a call from Justin, and then we'll see what happens on the river. Not a great card for Paul to bluff, but that said, he's very, low in his range, blocks the straight. Could be, like, at least theoretically another spot where he could just go really big here, just having more 9x and more straights, but, also after just doing the 2x pot river check raise a few hands ago, it might be a little gun shy here. See him make it 5K this here. I'd be pretty surprised if he did it here. Yeah. So Justin wins the pot. I'm sorry, go on with your story.
I blanked out.
You were meeting Bryce and Zach Freeman.
Oh,
on
yeah,
break
yeah.
Of the 10K
So,
weight.
I'm not trying to lose, but I'm also, like, not actively, like, chasing to be the best player I could be anymore. So I'm listening to them to a hand history, and
You
they're considering their side cards and their opponent's side cards. And I'm just like, I should not be playing with these guys.
Well, luckily, I mean, from my experience playing 10K08 at WSOP, there's a lot of players in the field that you're okay playing with. So,
Oh, there definitely were. There's just like if it's three-handed with me, Bryce, and Zach.
well, yes,
Freeman,
that's not a good game for you. Yes, but
out button instantly.
but yeah, luckily those those two are, I'm sure, in the top like 10% of the field, and
Maybe even higher.
Yeah,
like the way
I mean,
they were talking.
Yeah. But you know,
You think if I complain, I'll do it?
at the very least, and then there's another probably 30 or 40% of the bottom where it's
And so, excuse me.
you're clearly ahead of. So.
Come on, man. Nowhere in the world.
And big rookie is going to see, but Justin's going to call ace high here. The check, and then let's see if Justin fires this river. If he doesn't think his ace high is going to be any good.
A chef. How can that be a chef?
Yeah, I missed the c-bet sizing here, but pretty
It was
loose
really
deal.
small.
Yeah,
It was very small.
okay,
Good
that
check.
makes sense.
Stay from funny, man. Honestly.
That's crazy.
Have you seen what?
No, I mean, I even played with quite a few poker TV legends in that 10K08, and I'm like, what are you guys playing? Like, there was
Not even cooked.
How much they charge you that piece of wagyu? Obviously,
a willingly played King 5 4 deuce with 3 spades
ridiculous.
in their hand.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen much worse than that. I mean, that's not that that's good, but
Oh,
yeah.
this was from a TV player from back in the day, a couple decades ago, and I was like,
On the menu.
trying to be polite with conversation, so was the rest of the table, and we're just like really trying to like bite our tongues
Fucking serious. Come on.
because we don't want to be insulting. He's like a TV legend.
Can we get some initials?
Nah, I don't want to do this one.
Ice cream or not?
I did.
You did?
Stream sponsored by Ggpoker. It's a great game.
It's a great game.
Forgot the first time I did it.
He
the
did it.
second
He did
time.
it.
I was watching the Ggpoker. Actually, the stream I was watching last night was the Ggpoker final table replay with my friend Lucky Chewy as
Oh.
a commentator.
Oh, that's right. He's Octopi, right?
He is,
Yeah.
yes, the CEO of Octopi Poker, which I guess I'll just mention since it came up. I offer private coaching on OctopiPoker.ai.
Do you want to go?
Pretty small.
I'll wait.
So I chatted with him like half a year ago when Octopi was doing the marketing push,
Mhm.
and he knows I've been doing the stream stuff, and he wanted to.
150.
I'd love to get a card brush.
Everybody wants to grow poker. Everybody in poker wants to grow poker. There's no way around it. Justin's gonna raise here with Jack 6 off.
You want to raise
Very funny. The broccoli ain't cooked.
Big rookie with the 3-bet,
When everybody sees that.
and he denies Justin's.
Nice 3-bet by the big rookie there. He seems like he's getting his feet wet a little bit. Like first few hands, made a couple tight folds, but seems like he's getting comfortable.
Yeah.
Good to see.
I mean, when you're a successful CEO,
What would you have done?
you pick up things really quickly.
For sure. Definitely played with plenty of those types in poker and interacted with. One who comes to mind is David Stam. I've played with him a few times. He's also like, has a background in, like I said, like a tech CEO. And but yeah, he plays like high rollers, like live poker now. Not just high rollers. Like I played with him in like a 2200 at Venetian, I think, one time. And but yeah, just super bright, sharp guy. And just you could tell, he kind of like picked up poker in retirement, and he's just like such a fast learner. It's insane.
Yeah, that's why poker pros shouldn't be too quick to judge.
No,
people
not at
who
all.
Play well. It's just like they just didn't put in the time or not as passionate. They specialize in other things that are much harder.
Absolutely.
Jake Daniels is one. He's like a multi-CEO. Like I heard, he just exponentially got so good. Plus, he has these like killer
That's not the point, is it?
business instincts that translated to
Nice.
poker.
I'm not as familiar with Jake's business background, but I've played with him live maybe like once or twice,
I mean, I have his background.
Yeah.
Strudel.
and I've seen him on like Poker Ghost streams and such as well.
I'm a
But
fold anyways. That's
yeah.
what difference it makes.
You're a professional holder.
Have you ever known somebody who folds better than me?
No.
Thank you.
obviously Bill Klein, the LAOG.
You are pretty good at it.
When I leave the table, I always say, nice stop playing with you.
Nobody who loves poker more than Bill Klein. You can see him playing anything from the the 100K WSOP to the 400 at Commerce.
That's no excuse. I can't speak either, but I do it.
You're not allowed, baby.
Should I just see one?
He lets his poker do the talking. You let your poker.
Big Rookie does look quite tall too. Do we know how tall he is?
He's very tall. He's like, I think at least 6.
I mean, you can see it just in his seat. Wow, that was an impressive helicopter fold there by Justin. You can tell he's in the live streets quite a bit, working on his tricks.
I'm gonna give some back to the people.
LV. Back-to-back big wins.
Still waters run deep.
Ooh, got a confrontation here. So Paul, once again, 3-bets from the small blind with the suited ace and runs into a big hand, this time ace-ace. Now let's see how Alvi sizes, assuming he should 4-bet this deep. I mean, I think if we were only 100 big blinds deep, we can mix some traps here. I think, yeah, we're deep enough that we just have to 4-bet here.
Can't speak.
LV goes 1200, kind of a more conventional size, I would say. So yeah, let's see what Paul does against this. This is kind of the scenario I was alluding to last time. And yeah, he's going to see a flop.
4-bet pot poker.
Yeah, this is the.
Ooh, 10 high flop. This could be bad news for Paul.
Bad for Paul. He's going to need another 10.
And again, as I alluded to, I mean, Alvi is shown to have some tricks too. It's not like he just has to be nutted here. Definitely on the last stream last Wednesday, he pulled some pretty cool moves to get people off better hands. And comes with just kind of a standard-ish c-bet size here, 800 into 26. I think Paul's just got a pretty clean call here. Always interesting to just monitor the timing and the mannerisms of each player in these spots as well.
Yeah, and I'm like not in the no limit streets every day, so I kind of question like what's the tell and reverse tell nowadays. But just in general, people, I'm very comfortable playing no limit now. You know.
Yeah.
Hi, Nancy.
All right. So 4 of spades.
Do you mind finding another week?
Sort of an action card in that straight and flush complete. Paul quickly checks out of position, and Alvi quickly checks behind in position, and
makes them
River's a nut flush, but not actually a great card for Alvi, and that Paul probably won't put any more money in now, I would imagine. Yeah, turn is an interesting spot for Alvi. I think I would have liked to see him bet, but I mean, I think checking back sometimes can be okay, especially against a player like Paul, who, like we said, it's nice to balance some strong checks because couldn't give him ideas on the river. Now, I do wonder how much credit Paul will give Albi for like having the nut flush here after checking back turn. I mean, certainly this hand makes sense, but I don't know if he would expect him to check it back on the turn. See what size Albi goes for. Yeah, he goes for just like a half pot size. This is kind of interesting. It gives Paul some rope to potentially try to, if he thinks Albi just has like jacks with the spade or something, he could consider bluffing. I do kind of like this sizing choice by Alvi specifically against Paul.
And we see the cards, but in Paul's spot, it's not that obvious.
It's also like it's the kind of spot where like both players can definitely have the nuts, so like it makes sense for Alvi to just construct his river betting to just kind of merge it all into like a mid sizing like this, so he can also value bet slightly smaller spades and have some bluffs. Still think Paul will probably fold, but it wouldn't shock me if he tried to bluff.
I mean, part of the thing with Paul calling is, I don't know. Usually a king's going to check back here, right?
That's true. Like, yeah, I mean, he could be considering calling. It feels thin, but like, yeah, I mean, he's probably beating every bluff still. He's not raising after that.
Yeah. Paul knowing that Alvi's not giving away any
considering the call, though, which is, I mean, definitely valid to consider the call.
Oh,
like, yeah, I mean, Alvi shouldn't just have a king ever. Shouldn't be too thin for value either. Like, I mean, the spades are mostly just going to be like the ace or maybe like the queen or jack. Probably nothing worse. Alvi checked back the turn pretty quickly as well. It's like, you know, if he has queens with a spade, maybe he's thinking a little bit more about betting the turn. Maybe not.
Oh, he's gonna pay.
He pays it.
Anything else?
It's a tough spot, guys. When
Yeah, nice line. And yeah, in hindsight on it, like, I mean, if LB bets the turn there, Paul could fold the turn, maybe. But I definitely like his river sizing choice. I think that was nice. And then yeah, like I said, like I think we should have some strong checks on the turn just to make sure we're not too capped on the river and allow Paul to attack. So yeah, nicely done, LB.
so do you want to hear Jake Daniels' resume from the past to the present, or present to the past?
Whatever you think is.
We'll start in the beginning. He was a corporate sales representative at CMC Golf for almost 4 years. Then a corporate sales representative for another 4 years. Then was a CEO of RTIC, owned and managed the customization divisions of RTIC Outdoors with over 50 million in annual revenue and 80 plus employees. Brought sales from 3 million gross to 31 million gross in 27 months. Brought profit margins from 8% to 51% in 27 months. Now he's president and CEO of Performance Gear Headquarters for 14 years, and also president and CEO of True Rifle, a medical research company and retailer of frequency delivery devices for at-home use.
Wow, impressive. Yeah, I mean, that sales growth at RITC is really something in that period of time. So yeah, VPIP, I'll be pacing the way. Also the biggest winner after that last hand right there. Paul, the biggest loser, also after, again, losing the big one that last hand.
But Jake basically said he would play any stakes for the right lineup.
I believe it, yeah. I mean, I've seen, you know, I've seen him on some tournament streams.
Yeah.
Certainly an action player from what I've seen. Mixes it up. Yeah, I believe when I played with him, it was like a win. I think it was a 10K at the win. Not sure. Maybe something else. Commerce does have a Hold'em series going on right now as well. Goes on for the next few weeks. See some trophies over there. Anything you want to add about the Hold'em series?
Yeah, I mean, I really never paid attention much to the tournament series in LA because I didn't really participate. But you know, there's World Series stuff going on. Plus, you know, LAPC here is very legendary.
Right, yeah, that's the bigger one. World Series circuit's coming back in, I believe, November.
Yeah, 13th through 23rd. So if you guys want to win a circuit ring, come on over.
Yeah, and I know. Yeah, so right now this series, I believe the main event of the series is a 1200 with a 300K guarantee. I think.
Yeah.
In about 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. So if you love Hold'em, come on down to the Commerce Casino Hold'em series.
Yeah, or you could play some limit Hold'em with Wayne, and then come hop in the tournament and play no limit, get your fix of all kinds of Hold'em.
Sure. Or you could play no limit Hold'em with me online, and Brian.
Indeed.
120.
Another pot for Alvy there. Top pair holding against the flush draw. When you play limit hold'em here, are you eligible for the bad beat?
Yes, the jackpot's the only thing I'm eligible for. Like, as a prop, I think, because you're paying $1 for the jackpot every hand. Sorry, every whatever. The house is taking $1 for the jackpot every hand. So you're eligible for that, but then you're not eligible for like the other promotions.
Okay.
So when you know, Commerce had the pro player deal, I was not eligible for that.
Got it. Yeah. Unfortunate.
Which is, yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Fair.
Like, yeah. Like coming up with, I don't know how, I mean, you played the nosebleed stakes online, so I don't know how much bonus chasing you were doing.
Yeah, I didn't really do. Yeah, I'm kind of in my old age, so learning a little bit more about that. But
Yeah, no, I mean,
I did not.
But, so it goes a little with the times. Big rookie, let's see, he's going to c-bet, and Perry's definitely going to take one.
Yes. Reasonable hand to sometimes raise here, I would think, too.
Oh,
yep,
there
he's
he
going
goes.
for it. Yep, just cleans up equity nicely. I mean, I don't think we're getting 3-bet too often typically. Like, even if Big Rookie has, you know, ace-king or ace-queen here, I mean, he could 3-bet, but I think oftentimes players will be a little hesitant to do it.
And great job by Perry denying equity of Big Rookie.
Yep, nicely done.
Actually did a hand like this yesterday night in no limit game, and then the opponents, and well, he called the flop, and then I barreled the turn, and he folded, and it was the progressive squid, so you have to show your first hand. And then he asked me, he's like, "Were you bluffing?" I'm like, "I have a pair. I'm betting for value."
I'm denying equity.
Denying equity. It's one of the first things you learn in poker is denying equity on dry boards. Like, you know, you don't have to have anything.
Yep. I'll be with another hand here. Ace queen. So 350. I get, yeah, straddles on here. So Perry in the middle blind is going to call, and Paul with Jack 9 suited. Could consider squeezing here, but I think call is the more standard play. I think that the Jack 9 spot is one I'd be more tempted to squeeze if I was out of position rather than in position on both players. Probably going a bit more polar.
In the no limit games I play, there's so much stand up in Squid Game that's just like you would rarely squeeze with something like that, because you could always take the pot post flop too.
And you're just not getting it through pre-flop enough.
No, because of the squid, like everybody has to fight for that, especially progressive squid. Everyone fights for those chips.
Even in the spot without squid, I mean, I think it's mostly just, we're going to want to be more polar in the big blind here for the straddle.
In general, the no limit environments I play in always have like alternate, bonuses, and so it's only online that everything's like classic.
Sounds pretty fun to me. Okay, so I'll be bet 3-way on the flop here. Smallish bet, like a third pot. Perry called and then check turn. So Perry had the option to try to represent the 10 on the turn. Didn't take it. Alvy's decision now is, does he want to try to get value, which would mostly be from a worse ace or a 9, or does he want to check to try to induce bluffs, which in this case may have worked. I think I kind of like checking the river there, just because I think if Perry does have a worse ace, I think he's likely to bet when we check the river. So we're getting the bet in either way against that. We can induce them. So the main advantage of betting would just be to try to get paid off by a 9, which is thin.
So I started off, with the bonuses, and then, as I got better, I got arrogant and didn't care so much about the bonuses, and then the kind of gold mine I struck was Hollywood Poker, which I don't know if it was like a Doyle's Room skin, or I know Full Contact under Daniel Negreanu was the same skin. That was they said, 10K Rakeback bonus. I was like, okay, that sounds appealing. So I went in, and the clear rate is so low. I think the Rakeback was like 17%. Or something like that, which is, low compared to the 35% that, normal people could potentially get. But the games were very soft, and soft no-limit games are completely unparalleled to making money.
Yes. So you just were able to earn 10K in extra Rakeback?
I don't even know if I finished the 10K because it was so slow, but the games were really soft, so I that's the site I did the best on.
Nice. I never played on that one.
Thank you.
I mean, all the sites were soft back then, though.
Yeah, but there's
I'm
different
sure this was
degrees.
a different level, yes.
I was winning on party poker at the same time, but like when I switched over to, I almost said global. When I switched over to Hollywood poker, I was like, oh man, like the win rate was probably like 4 to 4.5 times my party poker win rate.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was like pretty obscene. And the funny thing is, I would have never tried it if I didn't see that 10K bonus thing, which I don't even think I ended up clearing. I might have asked you this before. Do you remember like the Dream Clown thing?
Sounds familiar.
So that was on that same site.
Okay.
So Negrani was, I think he might have been sponsored by Win at this point or whatever. It's pretty close to that time.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on. Ace Jack here.
Yep.
And this is...
Big rookie with the folds ace-4 in the straddle.
He just knew. 4 not coming.
So anybody seen any good movies lately?
So Negrani was claiming that he was, really good at limit home. I think he may have lost to Oppenheim or may have beaten Oppenheim in a challenge, David Oppenheim. And
City. You seen that?
No, is that
Dream Clown on the full contact / Hollywood poker, whatever skin that was, said, Daniel, you suck. We're like gonna, and like,
It's good.
well, I say we because it would turn out to be like 3 people, 3 heroes. But Dream Clown was just always squatting, the high stakes limit game, and it's like,
Wait, there were just 3 people playing on the account.
Yeah, I mean, it was challenged. Well, now in retro, like people squatted the accounts when
I mean,
there were the rakeback deals.
It was definitely a different era for that kind of stuff, but yeah.
So Dream Clown, like,
anything new?
yeah, it is. I think he beat Negranu by like a little bit, and they both claimed they ran bad.
Yeah. I stay away from the remakes.
As one would.
But back then I was more on ahead of the curve in limit hold'em, so I eyeballed that Dream Clown would be a favorite against Negranu. But it's not like Negranu's like not a pushover.
No.
And also, like, he says stuff for poker marketing reasons.
For sure.
And, if he wants to get in the lab,
It was like about adults.
poker, like, Negranu has the skill sets that are harder to teach, if not impossible to teach. Like, a lot of the technical skill is, like, it's not rocket science. It's the same 52 cards. It just takes time.
Planet of the Apes movie, but it was kind of
I've always been impressed with that with Daniel. How when he devotes himself to like getting in the lab and improving, he's done a great job of it. Like, I remember years back, he just decided to start playing like 50, 100, 6 max has no limit on stars with like all the crushers, and like of course he was like getting crushed at first, but like he got better so fast, and like ended up like kind of like holding his own, or I'm not sure if he was like winning at the end, but it was definitely competitive.
Yeah, I mean part of the
improved a lot, and same thing in high roller tournaments as well. It's a great game, Ggpoker.
Ggpoker. Download the
speaking of
Bally
Daniel
lineup.
Negranu, Ggpoker. But no, same thing in high roller no limit. I mean, certainly has spent a lot of time working on his game there to get to like a really competitive, tough level.
Right.
Whereas a lot of the other older school pros from his day have not done that.
I think I got the wrong seat today.
And so Ace King versus Ace Queen here. Big rookie raising button and getting 3-bet. Alvi with some really nice cards to begin the day here.
Yeah. Big rookie muttering that he picked the wrong seat. That sometimes that happens. We know that.
Yes. Ooh, he folds.
Oh,
wow.
Wow. I was about to say, like, you can't fold Ace Queen in this spot, but, if you get the read.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some spots where I, like, make some tight folds with Ace Queen off, but that spot I wouldn't have folded that one. I think we got to at least see a flop there, but in this instance he was cooked.
Yeah.
So
you have to give credit. To
you could there's always a possibility he like picked up some strength tell or something.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, I mean even there's online tells and it's just like
I'll try a different amount.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday I was playing on global, and I definitely did one where I like raised Ace Queen off and got 3-bet, and just was like, you know what, this guy just has it. I would fold.
So that's the thing with when I coach people at like Ace Queen, like Jacks, 10s, and 9s. You could do what the computer says. You could like stick it in being lazy. But if you really pay attention to those spots and really try hard, I think that you can get a decent amount of edge by just guessing more often correctly than not. And you're not always going to be correct.
I was happy earlier.
Yeah, I had one spot last year in a live tournament where there were like 2 tables left, and I raised ace queen offsuit in the cutoff off like 25 big blinds, and the big blind, who was like recreational player who hadn't been out of line, 3-bet, and you know, of course me just like chart brain was like, okay, well yeah, ace queen off in the cutoff is really big hand in this spot, like, so I just 4-bet ripped in the kings, and afterwards, yeah, I just started thinking about him, like, yeah, if he's not, if he doesn't have the bluffs here, if he's not light enough, I shouldn't do this.
Pretty out of
So yeah, I think definitely just something to be mindful of is not like blindly just following GTO strategy or whatever, like against opponents who aren't doing that. Especially that 3-bet from the big blind can be very scary.
Well, it's not a good card for big rookie unless a heart comes.
True.
No, I said I'd be surprised if the cards changed.
Justin goes for about half pot.
He needs a ace, king, or a heart.
Ooh.
C1 call.
Not it. So let's see how the river plays out. Will Justin pursue some value? We've seen big rookie make some tight but like often correct laydowns so far. See if he can find a fold here.
C7, 1500.
That's big.
C1 call.
Quick call that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to fold an ace there. It's fair. But, yeah, bigger than I would have expected there. Good props to Justin for getting a lot of value.
Big rookie really in the wrong seat.
Yeah, he's had some really rough hand matchups so far. And like I said, he's gotten away from a few of them pretty cheap.
Doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, about the bonus searching, like when I deal with online, I'm always like, okay, how much Rakeback am I going to get? During the Cake Network days, I got 35%, and I was playing all the games, and it turns out like a lot of the online players gravitated towards there because that was the only place you could play if you were in the U.S.
Yeah.
So it got really competitive really fast. Like even the weaker players just barely lasted a week, and I mean like weaker players that were clearly pro-ish or on other sites.
Shit regs.
Yeah. Didn't want to go there. Now I'm a shit reg.
So Albie defends the straddle with Jack 8. Not a good flop for him this time.
Yeah, all done. Thank you so much.
Sort of an interesting flop texture where big blind kind of has some of the really good stuff that opener usually doesn't, but yeah, nothing really cool to do with Jack 8 off.
Is that for me? Or is that?
It's me, right?
Okay.
It's mine, yeah?
Ooh.
Paul cracking open some commerce food. Is that the salmon?
I don't know. I see the asparagus.
Yes.
It does look like the salmon, but
Hard to tell from that far away, but
6-4, 7-4, 1-4. C3 call.
Alvi limps in from the middle blind. Ace 3. Perry's going to make it more with 10-4 suited.
350, ace 350.
See what Alvi does here. He just folds. Understandable. Close spot for him. All three options really available. But Perry has not been super aggressive so far. Not saying he's not capable of it.
Paul, you in?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, that looks pretty good.
it does.
The rice looks tasty.
Yeah, I've had it. It's good.
Black and salmon,
Black and salmon?
Salmon, confirmed. So folded around to Perry in the middle blind. Very loose limp there. Paul does punish it.
Yeah, when Bryce Yockey and Zach Freeman were talking about their side cards in '08, they were like saying they had these side cards, which means their opponents were unlikely to have certain side cards. And I'm like, this is way beyond me. And I ran good in the beginning. I actually thought I was gonna, do well. I think I had 4x the starting stack size, and then all it takes is 4 hands to wipe you out.
Yeah. Yeah, the limit tournaments, it always just gets to a point where like the average stack is like 10 bets or whatever, and then if you just lose like 3 hands in a row, you're dust. So.
And Justin picking up jacks, 3-betting out of the third eye blind.
Did you call it the third eye blind?
Yeah.
I've
had enough stuff stolen from me. Like, whatever. Chat Pro is like my thing.
See if Albie wants to take a flop here with 8-7 suited. Pretty close decision, I think. He does fold. Totally fair.
Well, I guess it's break time.
I mean, these guys have actually been kind of guessing fairly correctly, like kind of exploitative tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, also, right, the hands being 3-bet have been generally pretty strong, so it makes sense to play pretty snug against those 3-bets if people are 3-betting strong hands.
Yeah. Once again, it's been pretty short because a lot of people are out of town in Barcelona and have stuff to do and other tournaments going on.
Yeah, like I alluded to, so that spot, the 3-bet came from the third blind, a.k.a. the big blind, basically. So that range can often be just stronger overall.
Yeah. I'm not really in the limit hold'em solver streets, but I have friends that are, and they just tell me stuff like, you actually, GTOs, you're not supposed to 3-bet out of the big blind and limit hold'em ever to...
I've heard both takes on that. I've seen both arguments. Oh, I'll be another huge hand here.
Wow.
So this time this is from the middle blind, a little bit of lighter 3-bet. Still, totally good valid 3-bet by Justin. But I'll be picked up another monster here. And the aces in the other 4-bet pot were shown down, so they know that one. But some of these big hands Albie's getting, they may not know. They might be more suspicious. Again, Justin just 8-7 suited. Not much of a decision with that.
There's no doubt Albie's the one getting all the cards this session.
Okay, well, Albie shows the kings there, so I guess they get to see it. He's shown queens another time. He had the aces in the 4-bet pot that he got paid off on.
He tells you not going to tell you your hand. I had a suited ace.
Definitely fun to be in that spot as Albie, where you just keep getting dealt premium hands.
Sure.
Good runouts for them, and
running good in the tougher games is always a nice treat.
Yeah.
In the end, if you roast or run slightly below EV in the juicy games, you're still going to realize a lot.
Didn't feel like
but if you run bad in the tougher games,
you can lose quite a bit.
You're not getting that back.
Running bad in big tough games, yeah.
Unlikely to get it back. I shouldn't say never. Yeah, the thing about live poker more so than online is opportunity cost. Like the people, the games are built around once.
Right.
They're gone, then there's only...
you can't just assume that, certain, player who's playing in the game is just going to keep coming back forever. So, Perry 3-betting the third blind with 10-9 of hearts. I like this play. And I think that's the kind of play that some players are just not doing enough of, is 3-betting a hand like that from the big blind.
I definitely don't have that problem.
Yeah, we're not talking about you, but I think certainly a lot of the population just does sees a hand like that and is like, oh, it's just a comfortable call in the big blind, which it is, but 3-betting is also just nice. It's nice to balance the 3-bet range with stuff like that.
Yeah, and for those who are potentially wondering why, it's because on the dry board. Like, one, your hand's disguised if you make a big hand, like a 5-card hand. But also, you know, if you c-bet on dry boards, it often forces people to fold. And if you have insight enough to double barrel too on those boards, then.
Okay, so Perry limps the kings here in the middle blind here against Paul. Remember, Paul ISO'd last time against a 5 deuce off and took it down. This time, Paul with a medium strength hand behind just checks, which is, you know, as he should. And Perry continuing the trap here with top set.
Do you think Paul sent something here? Or?
No, I think Paul just has like a medium. Again, Paul's going to be attacking the limp with more of a polar range, so. Yeah, I think Queen 9 is just kind of squarely in the middle where we just don't really want to put money in. Just kind of not weak enough to want to bluff with. I think Perry will probably, yeah. Oh, he goes for over pot. Interesting choice. I respect it. Just trying to get paid off by like a pair. Paul does not have a pair though. Yeah, so one other benefit of 3-betting a hand from like 10-9 suited from the big blind is you clean out a lot of hands that dominate you.
Yep.
So like even like an ace-10 offsuit is probably just going to fold to the 3-bet. So yeah, mostly the offsuit combos, but you win a lot by just getting those out. And then yeah, against the calling range, still doing totally fine with initiative. LV goes for 400 on the button here. Paul has ace-6 suited, and see how he does. He goes for call. Again, either play fine there. Against LV at this point, with the way he's been running, it's got to be a little scary to keep pumping him out of position.
And LV gonna barrel. Paul James top pair with a backdoor flush draw.
And not out of the question for Albie to 2-barrel here, but it's probably not super likely. He does have the 4 of clubs. Oh, here he goes.
Yeah. I mean, these guys know each other very well, so.
Yeah, and he also, I mean, he's got to be aware that like his image is like, he has like a winning image of just having a lot of hands too, which can psychologically kind of play with people.
Yeah, for sure.
Quick call from Paul. King is interesting. I mean, Albie definitely has a lot more 2-pair plus, but he's not going to go for it this time. So Paul will be happy to get the showdown there.
Yep. Because if you know, there's a polarizing bet, we're going to hear the speech. Why, oh why?
Yeah, I think on the king, it's just really nice for Albie to go for like a big size overbet.
Here we go. It's a short-handed game. You know, I know Big Rookie prefers to have the ring game, so apologies. A couple people dropped out.
And yeah, everybody in the kind of condensed in the VPIP. Albie with the lead, closely followed by Paul.
So yeah, with the Albie up, you know, unsurprisingly the
Albie
most.
biggest winner, Big Rookie biggest loser so far.
The bonus is, you know, if there aren't good games, then, you know, bonuses are the way to, you know, keep the monthly up. Nowadays, you know, you're gonna, any cash game online situation, you're gonna ask for Rakeback, and, you know, propping is a form of Rakeback, as Lyman has mentioned. And people ask me about propping, and it's like, you know, it's a stabilizer. Like, if you're fully in the grind, it's not gonna match what you're gonna make, but it's also low stress, and especially if you have responsibilities and you need health insurance and
6, 7.
4.
if if you're gonna
I tried.
multi-job and you need a fix, might as well get paid.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know.
Hello?
Him and Albie.
Yeah, there's one challenge of the poker lifestyle is I mean, there's not some of the built-in safety nets that most people have.
Yeah, I mean, like, with AI coming out and layoffs, like, I don't think anything's really safe. The one good thing about the casino industry is money's coming in. Like, it's
My preferred.
not totally inelastic, but it's not going to die. Whereas, like, if when the iPhone came out, it literally wiped out like 100 industries,
These demographics.
Yeah.
and AI is gonna
I don't have the
put a big dent in a lot of industries.
I'll read like 2 pages.
Oh, I think last week we talked about Jay Rosenkrantz a bit.
Oh yeah.
So I actually reached out to him.
Cool.
And yeah, he's living in Venice Beach, and
Oh, he's still in LA.
he's working on a startup that basically uses AI to help people with like book writing.
Okay, cool.
Seems like a pretty interesting concept. Like he like linked me the website and everything.
Cool.
But
I'm like
yeah,
borderline illiterate.
good catching up.
I will try to catch up with him too. A very interesting guy.
Yeah.
Made it into
Yeah, I
my
was reminded too that he got his start into like tech with
I just see
right after Black Friday. Him and do you know Martin Bradstreet at all?
No.
Yeah, he was like Alexei Martov on Stars and online and stuff.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, but yeah, basically they worked on like developing a video game together, and that's how Jay like learned how to code and everything. That was like right post Black Friday.
He told me about that game,
So-
and then they pivoted a couple times.
Yeah.
Games are hard.
Do you know anyone?
Yes, indeed.
Do you know anyone
But
who was up
yeah, I know Martin a bit as well. But
during the earthquake? Do you know anyone?
yeah, so yeah, that was his start into tech anyway, and he's just kind of like gone on to like several other startups and Y Combinator since then.
Just checking off a big rookie here.
Yeah.
I got woken up by the earthquake. It was sleep.
Both players river a 5, and Albie goes for the very thin value bet, and not going to work out for him this time.
Why don't you
Perry's like nut 5.
The real 5.
what does the missus think about
Got 5 on it. So, yeah, I mean, like the practice of chasing bonuses. When I started playing on Global, I was
Wow.
pretty gung ho about
We love the same things.
scraping the bonus because I mean, your ROI on each of these tournaments is not dollar amount wise not going to be very high. But if you pile on like
You're gonna do it
You
anyway.
seem like a rookie.
We gotta let act.
30 on a Sunday plus
you
5 bonuses,
We gotta see the real Paul.
then you start seeing numbers.
Yep,
Just fucking everything tilts me, bro.
no doubt. Yeah, so I mean that's the big right. Online, you're not going to have the ROIs you can have in like a live tournament, for
Right.
example. But like, if you can play 30 tournaments in a day or whatever, or sometimes more. I mean, certainly in bullets, I'd say on a Sunday, I'm over than that. But like, I don't know, individual tournaments, maybe somewhere around there.
What did you say?
So yeah, so on Sundays on Global with non-promotional times, it's, if you have no other option, great. Let's see, blank flop 2 3 4.
Yeah, they both whiff entirely. Sometimes these are some of the most interesting hands to watch, in my opinion.
Head right in my house.
See who's going to go for it. Perry in position, and yeah, has a board that kind of favors the flat range. Should get it done here. I'll be studying a bit though.
I want Nancy
It
chop.
does fold. Good pickup by Perry.
Maybe 30 minutes. Go and drop a couple of chips down the hole.
Go post up.
What should do the rest of the day?
Pretty nice. It's nice.
So there was a rumor that you were actually a comedian. Is that true?
What?
That you're actually a comedian.
I'm a comedian?
Even stand-up.
No. It's
No?
not true.
No treat for that.
I could see it. I feel like Paul doing stand up. That seems kind of entertaining to me. I wonder who's spreading the rumor.
Oh, I mean, one of the exercises probably like 15 years ago we did was you go to a poker table and you try to convince the table that you do something else.
Did you have any go-to choices for that?
I mean, like, when we started the exercise as a joke. So
Ooh,
it was, Paul,
speaking
go.
of 3-betting from the big blind, Paul with a spicy squeeze here.
It's kind of a joke bet, but these opponents have the hands to fold. I think everyone's kind of noticing the tight play. Oh no, yeah, Justin's understanding. The
Now
game
keep in
flow.
mind when I talk about adjusting the people under 3-betting from the big blind, I don't think anybody thinks Paul is that guy who's under
Yeah.
3-betting. So yeah, Justin astutely, yeah, I could see him folding this 10-9 suited potentially against someone else doing it, but against Paul, he's going to see a flop in position. And again, nobody flops anything, so let's see. I mean, yeah, as the pre-flop aggressor, I would think this greatly favors Paul. Sure. Expect him, he has some backdoors too. I think probably is going to come with some kind of small C-bet and get it done.
I don't need to say any more after that.
That said, not a board that we really want to like range bet, but I think this hand wants to bet. It goes
small.
Really small. Is that like the 10%? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really small.
Yeah. And might actually still just get it done right here. Justin doesn't have a whole lot going on. Yeah, I think this is a totally valid idea by Paul, just going for the 10%. Does immediately make a bunch of Justin's hands uncomfortable. Like any pocket pair, low, nines or lower, I would say is already in a pretty bad spot with no heart. Also, just sometimes I think live, like making the 10% bet, like the opponent is often kind of like not expecting it, so you can kind of get some reads from their reaction too.
Right.
So
that was a cheap way to buy the pot.
Pocket eights.
Pocket eights.
Yeah, like nines, eights, tens.
Can I fold a pair for 300?
Doesn't look like a very effective.
Yeah, I like the line by Paul.
For that price,
he's value betting queen high.
Yeah, try to go for some thin value. It's Justin not having it.
About time someone gave me some action.
I want to bring the joy back out of you,
Yeah, so like I didn't get much traction, but
you give him 1,500 at a time. He'll slowly.
I don't want to pay to get his joy out.
Bring his smile back. No, you got to pay for it.
when I was streaming on Global, like you can qualify for these 11-cent tournaments. The daily ones were 500 guarantee, and the Sunday one was 5K guarantee. And it worked out like the Sunday one.
Or a suited jack.
If you were an average player, you make
there you go, boss.
$4. It's around 50 cents. I don't remember if it was 40 cents or 60 cents. But that's if you're an average player.
No, I had a good hand.
You know, and your chances of winning is 1 out of the number of players in the tournament. So if you're a 200%
maybe even 4-bet
ROI player, then all of a sudden that's, potentially what you can make making in a daily 110 or 218.
Put your blind in before Shin loses all his hair.
Hey, like I hear in the high rollers, like you're looking for 2% ROI. I don't even know what's true. The sample sizes are too small, and I don't know. How you.
So I listened to a podcast this past week. It was Jungle Man interviewing Daniel Dvoris, and they talked about that stuff a bit.
Cool.
So what they came to was I think like a tier 1 player, which is like the very best rigs in the field, like maybe the top 10. Say there's a 50-player field, like the top 5 players or something.
Right.
Maybe making like as much as like 10% ish.
Wow.
Like 8 to 10%.
I mean, that's like pretty surprising, but I'm no expert.
I mean, it depends on the heavily dependent on the field and such, but like I think they were saying like an average like I think that was for like a 25K. They're saying like
this is a tough lineup.
And then like a tier 2, which would be like still really good pros, but just not the top 5 players or whatever.
Right.
Making like more like 3 to 5%.
Then who's losing? I mean, you still have to overcome the rake too.
The VIPs.
Really good hands. Obviously, just
but how? I don't know.
He was in the struggle.
I feel like the VIPs at those stakes, like don't even give it away that much.
Some don't. Yeah, I mean that's right. There's certainly a lot of variance in terms of like how. Yeah, I mean some might not even be losing. Some might be losing really small, and then some might be losing really big. But yeah, certainly I've heard that from a bunch of sources. Like it just 1 or 2 players deciding whether to play or not in a given tournament, it can change everyone's ROI by a ton.
Just spread your legs.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Paul with ace-10 off on the button.
Sit there and rake in the money. You got to play by the rules.
I'll be with the mystery hand here. If you watch the Ggpoker final table streams, they love doing the mystery hand on those.
Right,
so
right.
Nice to get one here too. See what. So yeah, I'll be check calls.
See what we come up with.
Paul turns top pair, so seems to be a good card for Paul. But yeah, we don't know what LV has.
Size up.
I think Paul will probably bet big-ish and would have a very tough decision against the raise, but he goes kind of smaller actually, half pot or so.
I guess he does have a club and a diamond too in his hand.
Yes.
And the 10's not irrelevant to draws.
True. Oh, and you get just River's top 2. I'll be kind of check quickly called the turn. I mean, didn't strike me as a likely like 2-pair plus, but so yeah, let's see how big Paul wants to go. Certainly with his image, you could justify just about anything. 4,000 or something would be reasonable as Paul.
Sure.
But could also just go for more of like a 2,000. I think. Huh?
It went check, check.
Wait, is it? Huh?
I don't know.
There's got to be some graphics thing for.
That would be well done.
There's no way. Wait, maybe I'll be at 2-pair or something.
I mean, Jack 8 was a double gut shot.
I'm pretty sure Alvi announced 2-pair.
Okay.
Dangerous if I ran good.
I would guess that Alvi actually had this hand in the graphics.
Okay.
Something happened, but
I'd be dangerous in this game. I would. I'd be fucking dangerous.
I mean, there's no world that Paul checks back that hand on the river.
Right, right. Yeah, they showed an ace-5 with ace of diamonds there, so.
I talk to them all the time. Don't you ever talk to them?
I do. I go, why can't you fucking...
Don't you talk? I bet you really talk to them.
Yeah.
They're doing okay.
Doing some what?
Wait, I'm waiting for them to feed me the information. Yes.
I don't know.
That's
Someone
a
is getting the information.
5. That's a queen of hearts.
You're getting nothing?
Okay.
Any idea what's going on here?
System.
No idea.
Go over to my house. Get high. Watch a movie.
Oh, are they trying to reconstruct it for time or something?
I don't know about the going
I'm
to your
not
house
sure.
part, but the getting high part sounds great.
Maybe the board run out was just like completely different order.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I'm there. You're my neighbor, basically. So.
Where are you?
Pasadena,
Yeah, where, Justin?
Old Town Pasadena.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's
It's a
right.
nice area.
He must be crushing in poker or living with his parents.
Is that where all our poker money's going to?
Smart guy, just saving up.
Yeah.
Respect
Well,
it.
it could be one or the other.
It's very affordable. It's like $1,100 a month.
What?
11?
That's good.
You are so tight, bro. What the
What?
fuck are you living in for 1100?
1,100
You living in a cardboard box?
Yeah.
You got a shopping cart.
I mean, are his
It's a
parents offering him that? I mean, I don't know where 1,100 gets you in Old Town Pasadena.
I'm serious. What are you living
Yeah.
By yourself or you sharing?
I have roommates, but I have my own room.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe if he splits like a 3-bedroom with his
The 3-bedroom.
two friends or
Oh,
something.
there you go. You
Okay.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, must be cake. You fucking spend 1100
Yeah,
on rent.
I have low expenses. I like to live below my means.
It's a smart
Good.
guy.
Yeah.
1100
Gotta
a month.
keep the net low.
But not low.
Yes, new way to use nut low at the poker table.
Haven't you ever heard the philosophy die with 0?
Shout out to Phil Perkins.
Yes.
I'll probably die with 0, but you know, I'm
No,
young.
more than that.
I need to accumulate some money first, and then I can start the big
See
spend.
someone in chat asking what the players had the last hand. Unclear, honestly. I think
Yeah.
Alvi announced 2-pair at Showdown. Don't think Paul had anything all that great, actually.
Value with your full
But
house.
yeah, they seem like a graphics error, though.
10%? Come on.
LV is going to bluff with the best hand here.
What did you have? Not even sure.
I mean, reasonable idea.
500, huh?
Didn't know you could get things for the.
Would be impressed if Justin, after saying 500, just raised it.
You're so fucking low.
He could actually call. I mean, he beats. Yeah, I mean, it is an unconventional bet by Alvi on the Queen River. He does beat all the straight
Dry
draws.
cleaning for his shirts.
He does have an 8 though, which isn't great.
You know, one of the live things I did back in the day, it was like 2000, like
Rookies,
I don't know,
dry cleaning.
2005 through 7. against pro, if they bet the river, I would just like snap raise if it was it was very obvious that a 5-card hand came out and they were like potentially trying to thin value bet. Literally got the fold like 95% plus whatever I had.
I don't know how anybody could look at you and just be like, I'm gonna fold my value hand.
I don't know. I just I think I told you the story of like
I finally hit a big hand. And
Kenny Tran, like did I tell you the story last time?
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't remember what I had, but I raised and then his friend pulled up his hand, showed Kenny Tran, and then folded. Kenny just like looked at him in horror. But the thing is like I don't even remember what I had. I just remember the moment.
Maybe
But you wanted to fold though.
I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Okay.
But because I don't remember, it couldn't have been a bluff. Like I couldn't be bluffing. Because if it was a bluff, I would definitely remember.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were bluffing.
Yeah. So I no, it's unlikely I was bluffing.
Got it. The 7 deuce offsuit of dealers.
So I don't know in retro if I wanted the fold or not.
I see. That's funny.
You're not even giving me a chance to not be screwed.
Oh, yeah.
Whole of LA, you've got to get 5 people together. And the whole of Los Angeles.
400.
So I saw you the other day with a pool cue. You like to play pool?
Yeah. Yeah, Tom and I, we like to go and play pool.
Yeah.
We probably go twice a week, I would say.
Oh, that's
And we
good.
go to a place in Lakewood.
And where do you play?
Well, recently we've been playing quite a lot of 9-ball. But yeah, we play some 8-ball as well. Depends, because usually we play on either a diamond table or a predator table, and they're 7 foot. 7 foot table. So playing 8-ball on a 7 foot table, quite congested. So 9-ball's a lot. You need a lot more skill to play 9-ball because you have less balls to snooker and your opponent, and you need to obviously pot the numbers in pot the balls in number sequence.
Sounds like you know what you're doing.
Well, I mean, it's weird. Sometimes I go and play really well, and sometimes I go and play really poorly. So yeah, it's a hard game. It's another game that's really hard. Not just poker. Even billiards is hard. To be really good at something takes a lot of time and effort. Have you got a car, Justin? Have you got a car? Do you own it, or do you rent it, or lease it? Do you
Own it.
You bought it? How much is it? 1,100? How much did you buy it for? How much did you buy your car for?
Driving the Flintstones car?
What car have you got?
I don't want to say on stream.
You know what car you put on stream?
I don't want someone to know what kind of car it is.
Bentley. Rolls.
I never know who's watching. You can follow me on.
It's true. Safety is a big concern.
Make it.
I'll tell you off stream.
You can't tell me what make car it is.
I don't want to say what I drive, where I live. It's too much
They
information.
already know now. They're going to look for the shittiest place in Pasadena, and they'll find it.
Get close to me, but not on my doorstep.
Ball with the flush draw.
I know a big rookie drives.
I got 6 birds.
I see you pulling up in the VIP parking lot.
And big rookie may fold this, or if he believes. A lot of people are trying to push around big rookie, who might be over folding.
That looks like a pretty tough spot for big rookie there.
It's very tough. I think
Give me 5.
it's,
Give me 4.
you know,
Okay.
like when big rookie. This is the good thing about big rookie being able to see the footage is how much people are trying to stab so he could fight back in the future. Like, you know, back in the day when you're not playing on camera,
You have a blessed station.
you can't even see these things.
For sure. Yeah, we just have access to so much more information now. I mean, yeah, someone trying to learn poker, even 10 years ago. It's just much more limited.
Yeah. Like I said, when I first started the stream stuff, I was like, who would watch this? And then I interacted with chat. I'm like, oh, they don't have millions of hands online. That's why you'd watch it. You're curious of how things pan out. And you see a lot of like accidents and,
I mean, even as an experienced player, there's a lot to be learned, really. Largely just about like how certain players are like playing different situations.
Yeah.
Like, even if I know how I might play a situation, or
it can be drastically different.
It's interesting to see how various players handle things.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Paul going for the 200% pot check raise earlier.
Wow,
I mean,
yeah.
it's, I mean, I totally get it, but yeah, it's interesting to see. Interesting to see the cards.
And Justin gonna bet not afraid of the ace.
You can do it.
7.
Should be it here.
That's a lot of space for just you and the missus.
How many bathrooms?
So that's a lot of space just for 2 people.
Evil intentions.
Evil intentions.
Evil.
Secret to a long marriage. Peace.
We're live at the Commerce. Brian Hastings here, along with Wayne Chiang.
How's it going? I'm gonna try to bring some. I've been contacting some esports people to come on. It's really tough because we want to get specialized chips, graphics, and just made some phone calls in the last few days.
Yeah, it'd be cool if that pans out. Well,
I wanted to have a SNG series of all esports people, and just regularly keep track of their stats.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
It just takes a lot of time, energy, and resources. But I have people on my side. It's just like it has to be me to spearhead it.
Yeah, I know. Back in the day, Poker After Dark had a lot of success with the SNG format.
Yeah, I think it was a unique time with personalities.
Sure. But I mean, perhaps with like the esports people, if they all have followings and all.
Yeah, that's the intent. But easier said than done.
Ooh, big rookie. Let's go.
Magic the Gathering has like big fields too. It's just so hard to lock them down, and unfortunately, they're not rolling in with the money either.
Yeah. You saw that though, the big rookie, right? Double barreled the 3-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love to see it.
Big rookie.
I've never seen you spend. Literally, never. I've seen you go all in once. You had the nut club cross blocker against George.
Oh, I didn't even go all in. I only went to 5K.
To me.
It was a good one,
It was a
though.
good one because it was your last hand. Your chips were in the rack.
Yeah.
George never thought you'd bluff.
Never thought.
Let's go, me and you. You can have it.
Oh, what a shame.
The viewers, they want to see limp pots today for $100 in there. That's all they want to see. all of our viewers, that's all they want to watch.
The needles are coming.
Yeah. I mean, not gonna lie, there's like a lot of plays and a lot of spots with these players I do want to see.
I know, yeah, I find that dynamic pretty interesting, actually, especially within the blinds with the 3-blind structure.
Yeah.
It's
20 bet.
something kind of different.
Yeah.
See how different players approach that.
We've had like quite a few 100, 200 games with, people are commenting that they missed some old streams with Garrett, Art, Andy, Dan, Zach battling. Like, we have some 100, 200 streams that are that caliber. Sayo, Sergio Ido.
If we're going to keep the 100 on the whole time, should we make it 2 blinds? 5-handed?
What's that?
Like, since the 100's on the whole time, should we make it 2 blinds?
You're only going to have a break, aren't you?
Huh?
You're going to have a break, aren't you?
Any more news on when Garrett's going to be back on the stream?
No, I talk with him here and there, and just like it's on the other players that are willing to put a large amount of money on the table. It's like, Han's been in China.
You got a date over there?
David's in trial, and literally the week of knows, whether he can play or not.
No.
Sorry, man.
Some other people.
$5 ago.
Definitely understand the challenge of organizing big games like that.
Yeah, and just like
You won't even touch the sides on the back balance.
And to be fair, like, I've been doing this a long time, and when I talk to people, like, have you ever done high-stakes game running? And they're like, no. I'm like, it's the effing worst, In my heyday, like, I would prefer to be a high-stakes pro, but now that I want to kind of transfer into a normal life and career, it's just, I have to go through these things at legal pay situations, like, high-stakes game runners like JRB, Roble, Simon and Chris, and
Yeah, or like, I mean, obviously LA is notorious for just like the private game scene, and certainly it's a lot easier to just
make
for
tons
wealthy celebs and stuff to just do that instead of being in the public eye on something like this. So,
and it's okay. It's like a personal choice for everybody. Like, I have to apply for business licenses, so when they ask for a source of funds, you can say poker, you can say crypto, but like really the only way to surefire prove source of funds is paychecks and selling a company legally. So
that's tough.
I don't want to have any disputes or get snapped off. And because I think we know in this industry, nobody really gets away with it. Or whatever. If you get away with it, it's very, very tough. Like maybe Howard Leder, I don't know, but like, or Chris Ferguson, but everybody else like has notoriously been caught and outed. I don't know, there's a fire alarm going outside.
Yeah, fire alarm.
did like a knit like 5-bet or something, or 4-bet? It's like fire alarms going off. Yeah, we are a little short-staffed today as well. Shout out to Brian Arakaki. Always works with what he has.
It's like watching fucking paint dry.
He and I have worked like 10 years together.
Stand up. I'm going to stand up.
Stand up with 5 players.
Paul's getting tilted by the lack of big pots.
Yeah.
You're a purist. You're a purist.
Maybe Paul set off the fire alarm.
Yeah.
Out of tilt.
Hold on.
That's right.
I do like the culture dynamics too, because we have, Paul from UK. We got Justin, who's this, young American white kid. Got LV,
who's splitting a 3-bedroom in Pasadena as well with his friends.
Hey, I mean, like, it's good to hear about their lives. Oh, you missed something funny because Paul was asking what Justin drove, and Justin's like, I don't want to say this on air because like I don't want to get followed up, which is totally legitimate.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Justin's like, I don't want people to know where I live, and then Paul's like, you live in the cheapest place in Pasadena.
No, it's very, very valid concerns by Justin. Again, showing his savvy. He seems pretty young. How old is Justin? Do we know?
I don't know. I would think mid-20s.
Yeah, seems wise beyond his years with both of those things.
Sure.
Both getting expenses down by like splitting a 3-bedroom.
Yep.
And then also, just not giving away that info when you're playing on the stream with a lot of money in front of you.
Absolutely.
It's very smart.
Every generation learns things like, when we were coming up, we didn't make mistakes that, veterans before did. And now these guys are correcting the mistakes of our generation, so.
Okay, I had king, queen, but normally I wouldn't.
Maybe the big mistake is even doing professional poker at all.
I figured I saw and I felt.
Have you got over that hand that you played, Chiang?
Yeah, I don't know if I had all these lessons learned so well when I was in my mid-20s, but
I
mean, times were a lot easier then too. Cost of living was a lot lower, games were easier.
I erased it from
The world was more innocent.
You unsubscribed?
That was not my fault.
But yeah, the diversity, we got Perry in here, we got the
They got me so
mega successful CEO, big rookie.
Huh?
From your what? You deleted it from your...
Justin popping it here against Big Rookie's straddle with 4-3-0.
Right.
Social media feed.
Ace 5 off.
Going to go to a flop. Big Rookie asks Ace 5 off, and indeed it is much, much worse than that. Let's see if Justin will try to take this away. He does have a diamond.
I will wager.
As does Big Rookie.
25.
I will wager. Oh.
Oh boy.
He's got backdoor diamonds.
He was about to fold. Found that he had a diamond and seemed a little bit interested, but kind of gave that away, so it just folds.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he needs to continue there with 2 overs and a diamond for sure. So Justin able to take one away there.
I mean, we got like a lot of talented young players. Like Double A is one of them.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Like a lot of times when I mention these in the lineup, people are just like, not interested. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I get it. Yeah.
So that goes on the topic of I wanted to talk to you about, like live politics and online politics for seats. Like, you know, I was talking with, you know, the second it started happening to me, I kind of woke up really early and was like, okay, this can't keep going. I'm not the type to like force myself in or fake things or work out these deals.
Yeah.
So, you know, I decided to, when I kind of did a rebirth, went a more traditional route while keeping my poker experience relevant and useful. Whether it's the poker media, propping, you know, coaching, a lot of stuff. And I don't need to fight for every chip. Like, you know, I think I told you, like, when I was doing this stuff, like for 4, 5, 6 years, none of the elite pros like ever gave a shit because I put in my dues. But like some of the mid-stakes pros,
You can't do that, then put the ace there first.
from past and present,
Right, let's have a look at the flop log.
may have been like throwing some shade that I was like, it has been. I'm like,
7, there you go.
it's valid. Like if you're not active, like you really, you know, don't garner the contemporary respect.
120.
So I set out to do some stuff. Global was one of them. Like, you know, I was kind of wondering if I could keep up with No Limit, and I kind of just like satisfied my own quench. And you know, people like Ryan Fee and Dan Zach have just said if I wanted to get back in, I could.
Purple, you'll be all right.
But it just doesn't. You know, everybody kind of reads that I'm not too interested in.
Get back in terms of like playing like big live games.
Yeah, and just like, you know, seeing how good I could be. Because like I've seen people in this era, they're really good, and they want it. You know, they really, really want it to be like, you know, find every
Bottle something.
fraction of EV, and I'm just not at that, you know, stage right now.
Bottle it.
You're right, Wayne. We do really want it.
Lost his break.
But no, yeah, no, I hear you, and I mean, I'm sure if that's what you wanted to do, you'd be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you
But,
guys.
but yeah, I agree. In modern times, it certainly takes a lot of work and focus on that.
Not only that, it's like the people who actually did it get all the credit, and I'm happily, jokingly being a has-been, but I'll win year after year, whatever that dollar amount is like, you know,
It's a very
up to the cards, up to the
into living below your means,
games available.
That's what I'm saying.
or are you living above you?
No, below.
Below,
Always
that's
below.
the way to do it. And then invest the rest.
I know. We've had this conversation.
Yeah.
And even now, like going on downswings, I just like am able to reflect how
40 years.
much worse of a person I am, I guess, if that makes sense.
What?
I'll explain after this hand. So,
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, Perry limped in the middle blind. Paul popped it to 4.5 exit from the third blind. Perry calls, and really action flop for
Interesting,
these two
yeah.
hands. The
Oh,
10 turn would be something. Especially after Paul's been vocally complaining about how small the pots have been
yeah.
recently. So let's see. He's betting. Goes for a small size, which, yeah, this flop you could choose a variety of things, but
I'm the only one with a personality.
small is one. Perry with a pretty straightforward call.
And bring in the viewers.
They think
Okay, brick is also pretty interesting. Seems like one that Paul would double barrel.
The doogie.
Could go really big too, maybe. Certainly has more
Not gonna
very strong
generate
hands in
big
terms of
clips,
like,
but, you're like the
ace jack
filler.
plus.
the filler,
You know,
yeah.
in between all the big hands we're playing,
Yeah,
they got
it's-
you to chat it up.
Yeah, it's like I'm the, let's see, which actor would that compare to? Let's see.
And he's going to oblige and barrel. I don't see
See
Perry
what he goes
folding.
for.
Yeah.
No, Perry's not folding the turn,
I
but
think it's half pot, yeah.
okay, yeah, keeping it pretty small here. Just kind of repping more medium strength,
Backup singers.
targeting some of the weaker pairs and
They
just
just
floats.
never got a break.
It's true.
Yeah, that's one option here. Or Paul could have definitely a spot Paul could have overbet the turn here. Jack River, that's
Going to be
kind of a tough one to bet, but you know he's got to have some bluffs. It's a reason. Still has a reasonable bluff candidate.
what amount would Paul have to bet for Perry to fold?
Perry's not folding, but yeah,
if
I mean,
what if Paul bet like
all in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Waiting for you to bet.
yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
think
I
so
think
either.
whatever Paul would choose to bet on the river, he's not targeting a jack. He's you know, trying to get like a 7 to fold if he would bluff.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was somebody who's, you know, I have mutual friends with, and I'm friends with too. It was like Chris Brewer, just watched him on his way up.
It's just me and you, kid.
Didn't know who he was, found out we had mutuals, and just, you know, not surprisingly, hearing he's in the lab all the time. And, you know, he's one of the people that when I ask lines, they're just lines I just never ever thought of. Like probably a third to half the time.
I haven't talked a ton of poker with Chris, a little bit, but like here and there, like, you know, I'll play with him in a live tournament or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I love watching him on streams. He's just so bright, has really creative ideas. Just a lot of fun to learn from.
Yeah, just people don't want to play with him.
I don't play.
Shimmy in the chat says Justin's a young killer, but he sucks hot sauce out of the packet when he eats burritos.
Wow.
Interesting. That is quite the move. Why not just put it on the burrito?
Yeah. I mean, maybe when you're busted, you can't afford the burrito.
Well,
did I get too real there?
He has the burrito apparently though, so maybe it's just the distribution's not good if you just tried dumping it in there. I don't know.
Had a bribe for dealers.
Dipping it live could be challenging. I mean, I don't really eat like hand food at the table personally. I don't know if he's even talking about the table, but all right, we got Perry with Ace King suited on the ooh. Justin calls out of the middle blinds, and then Big Rookie in the third blind with queens. Goes for like a relatively smaller squeeze, I would say. Pretty normal.
We're potentially going to get our big pot.
1200. And see if Perry wants to proceed with a 4-bet or a call. So, yeah, I mean, I think 4-betting naturally seems like the play here. However, I mean, it does matter how we perceive Big Rookie's 3-betting range.
It's going small. Looks like a min click.
Yep, pretty smallish 4-bet. Big Rookie looks like he's just going to call and see a flop. Makes sense.
Only 50 more.
All right.
All right, so 5,600 in the middle. And 8 high flop, Rainbow. Perry has backdoor spades. Let's see if he decides to c-bet. I mean, yeah, for Perry, definitely have to be somewhat concerned about Big Rookie's range here for 3-betting and snap calling a 4-bet. Does continue for about quarter pot.
So I think Big Rookie should check raise and consider how much he has left to rip turn.
This is a tough spot for Big Rookie, I think. I mean, Perry's, you know, representing better than queens with this line. Obviously doesn't have to have that, but we're kind of just check raising for protection if we do it.
I always feel like in these spots, like Queensland just, you know, good flop, especially is. Yeah. I guess he just opts to go all in.
Yeah, he just ripped it.
Ooh. Wow, the rook stuff.
I think in this particular lineup, in this particular spot, I'm just not folding queens on a negative flop.
Totally fair. Still think it's debatable whether you want to play it as a check. Like, I mean, that was a super dry flop too.
Yeah.
It's like whether you want to play it as a check raise or call and then just plan to not fold the turn unless it's an overcard. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly a viable option, and yeah, definitely saves a lot of headaches on later streets. So,
Anymore.
nice hand, Big Rookie.
Factory behind me.
You want to come in the straddle?
We love the speech play too.
Yeah.
Okay, showdowns is 3.
If you're playing with kids,
Yeah.
Not messing with the boys in the flats, are you?
I've been around, you know.
It's true.
Hands game.
He's been a CEO longer than all of us.
Yes,
Okay, 7.
it's been around longer than us as well.
Cost me 50.
Big Rookie, a
Just,
big
you know,
fan of history.
on Earth.
He told me he has collections of, you know, books, history, geography,
Cool.
I've
math,
been around, you know.
sciences.
I feel like it would be a lot of fun to get a beer with him.
Oh, yeah.
How old are you, mate? How old are you?
I'm 70.
17?
70.
17.
Justin's the one who's 17.
2 heart surgeries, brain hemorrhage, hip replacement, knee surgery.
Wow.
Really?
Yes. Psychiatrist for 15 years.
Won World War II for us.
What am I?
I mean,
Shout out to the veterans.
Gotta say, if you've been through all that, it's hard to for any situation at the poker table to get you nervous.
Oh yeah, you could tell too. He's like, he's worried about the right decision.
Yeah, he's trying to play. He's trying to make the best decisions he knows how to. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be super flustered by anything. Yeah. All right, so 2 ace-jack offsuits in the early blinds, and then Perry is also in with ace-4 offsuit.
If I ever made a hand on this show, I'd be fucking dangerous. The only way I win on this show is either bluffing it all in.
Everybody whiffs.
Going all in with nonsense pre-flop.
And nobody even has a heart.
Yeah, just a real whiff of a flop for all three of them.
Actually making a hand.
Open enders now for the ace-jacks.
Like air and getting there on the river, or like
Paul venting about never having a hand, about how much he'd win if he'd had a hand ever. Also, Sunny Kang in the chat saying to tell Paul to talk because the girls like his accent. So you're getting some of that right now.
Okay.
So
get your groupies.
I'll shut up.
You know when I first played this show, 5 months ago, I made a hand and I stacked Harry in a 3-bet pot. I had 10-8 of clubs, he come jack 9-7, 2 clubs, okay? I ain't made a hand since then. Not one hand since been on this show.
You used all your run good 2 years ago, buddy.
Can you stop saying that, motherfucker?
450 bags. 13,000 person field. Just a win and flip.
So I'm not entitled to win another hand?
Just a win and flip.
I'm not allowed to win another hand?
Wow, man, it's pretty lucky.
It wasn't lucky.
Winning that is like the equivalent of winning like 50 flips.
Yeah, Paul, for those unfamiliar, won the Colossus at the WSOP 13,000 player field.
And he says he's not lucky.
It's like, you know.
and then other table mates bringing up the point that if you do that, it's hard to complain about poker luck afterwards. Which I mean, yes, I hear that argument.
Absolutely.
The great Perry Zhao.
He should have retired.
We're here at Bally Poker Live.
It's time to retire.
Brian Hastings in with commentary. Wayne Chiang with me. Quickly taking a break.
That's right.
That's what I did.
Can I be your son, Ricky, and take over your business? And get me out of it so I haven't got to sit here with these people anymore. Okay. Can you
Paul wants to be Big Rookie's son and take over his business. I mean, yeah, must be running really bad at poker.
Can you act as guarantor for me?
Yeah, put me on the wheel, Rookie.
Well, first, you got to go in the production line. You got to come up through the ranks the way I did, son. We'll pay you $1.25 an hour, which is more than I made.
$1.25?
Yeah.
It's not livable.
You could live on it.
Well, in the
You'd have
Jurassic era,
you'd have 15 roommates.
be living in a hostel.
It does seem pretty challenging to live on $1.45 an hour in LA. Yeah.
Yeah, you might even not survive the hour.
I knew I'd do better if I started adding chips.
So this hand, Albie turns the best hand against Paul. Seems, yeah. Oh, Albie just checks back the river even. Okay. I'm sure Paul's going to be thrilled with another hand after bemoaning his luck.
You know, David Singer used to
Where that's it all in here.
complain on when he was running bad. I mean, at the 100 or 200 stud game here. And sometimes he got it back through me.
Who else want to win?
All in?
Who was it?
Let's see what your phone. Oh, you don't have a phone.
Got a more full lineup tomorrow. Jared Greiner
Take away your phone.
should be in.
Your way of communicating with the outside world.
L.
Oh yeah, where's El today?
He's unavailable. I was at a game with him yesterday, and he had some. We have a lot of stuff going on. Like, I don't know, we'll see how it turns out.
Paul takes down a small one there, stabbing the flop with 8 high. So, like he said, he needs. All he can do is win by bluffing. He never has the best hand.
You think I had a full house?
I think you had a
Where'd
big
you see
one.
mine?
And it's so cruel too because of the way the variance works that he's not due to start running good. I mean, it's just
I think I hit one pair.
uncorrelated with his
In an
past
hour
bad
and a
luck.
half. One pair.
All right, well, then maybe you had king, queen of hearts.
You want
Straight,
that?
royal draw.
You're smoking crack if you think I fucking go down.
This raise to 350. Fold.
You know I can't help myself. This is why I do my money. I called Alvy pre-flop because I shouldn't have been in the hand because I should have folded. I'm under pressure from the people above me. You know? I'm trying to put on a show. I called out of hope. I wouldn't call out of knowledge, you know?
It's okay.
You know? Trying to make the stream exciting.
Me too, man. I'm getting in there.
Yeah, we're getting
I
right
opened
now.
king 10 offsuit earlier. It's getting really out of line.
Big rookie makes a 2.5x raise from the middle blind. Queen Jack. Alvy goes for call with 10-9 suited again in this spot. I kind of like a 3-bet in position. Very deep stacked. Suited connectors tend to play pretty well in that spot.
Whoa.
Okay.
Fire alarm?
That's what happens. That's what happens when you...
Fire alarm going off on the stream now.
The alarm's gone.
Holy shit. Oh, excuse me.
Big rookie
Are you not allowed to
turns
curse on this
trips
show?
and complete lock on the hand.
Allowed to curse on this show?
Sneaky check by Big Rookie. I like it though. The queen is generally a card that's going to be better for the caller on the flop.
I'm taking it and running.
Shot.
And now he goes for some value, and Alvy rivers a pair. Could pay him off. But he will not.
And rookie.
Nobody's moving. This could
Someone
be the
must have
real
hit a
thing.
jackpot and they're like, no, it's not
The
valid.
casino's the one place where like the fire alarm goes off.
Nobody moves them.
You know, if they said a meteor was going to hit the Earth within a minute, they would say play fast.
That's true.
Yeah, I will say, in all the times I've played poker in casinos,
Sure.
I've not seen one time where the fire alarm's gone off and people have actually like gotten up to leave or evacuate or anything. Just that nobody ever flinches or moves. Granted, it's always usually either a false alarm or something that's completely not in the
world's
area.
coming to an end. Maybe that's the fire alarm for this game.
We're live at the Commerce. The action is hot here. The fire alarm going off. I am Brian Hastings. Colleague Wayne Chiang will be back shortly.
Hey, what are you doing?
It is extra funny on being on 30-minute delay and seeing this all unfolding with emergencies going on. And, you know, we're still here. So Big Rookie goes for the button limp. Interesting play.
Emergency going on.
First time we've seen that. LV raises to 400 from the small.
The alarm threw me off, otherwise it would have called.
And wow, that takes it down, okay. Bit of a snug fold by Big Rookie.
Can you keep the alarm going on anyways? It's good for the game.
It's nice. A white noise.
Oh, it's up to
Definitely
me.
not good for the game.
Fold. 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 Fold.
And Justin gets a walk. The 10-5 off. A lot of bad hands in that one. Looks like the fire alarm has stopped.
$100, Mr. Rookie.
Oh, sorry.
Another one.
What are you taking there? Hallucinogens?
PEDs. PEDs.
What is that?
Fold.
Oh, Advil. It's interesting that he just took it to the face rather than grabbing him out.
Probably your most used word of the year, Ricky.
Yes. I'm not sure we can get renewed.
I feel like Paul is really itching to play a big pot soon.
Typically
A little bit bored with the state of affairs currently. So Perry opens it up in the cutoff.
I don't want to break them.
And a lot of bad hands again. Let's see if Albi has anything. He does not. Well, 7-6 off. I mean, close spot there. Could defend.
The comments. What a bunch of nets.
See Sonny Kang in the chat saying that about the hot sauce packet drinking idea. Just better ratio of food to hot sauce, and the sauce doesn't get everywhere. I mean, it makes sense. I could see it. Usually don't have too many issues just putting it directly on the food, but I guess for something like a burrito, it makes some sense.
We're on strike for higher pay. We won't play our hand unless we get a higher pay.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm sure the
I
viewers
can't carry the whole stream, Paul. You're killing me.
Around about 100, man. Even me, like, I'll play any 2 cards on the stream. Whatever, I'm just going with it. Can't even fuck about. Desperate here.
Wow, this is a dead death.
It's pretty insane.
Yeah, there's just a lot of poor hand matchups recently. Would anticipate some action soon.
Not connected.
So Perry limps the King 5 off, and Paul makes it more
Not paired.
with King Queen, real hand. That'll do it. Yeah, I mean, adding the straddle, makes the gameplay bigger, but the third blind can also kind of deter action in a way. It makes the small blind just in kind of a tough spot where they're kind of forced to play pretty tight. Just fewer in-position players who are happier to open. Getting some bad hands. Paul with 2 4s, going for call. All right, got a little matchup here. So, yeah, Justin raises with ace-jack, and Paul with a quick call. We'll see a flop. 9-3-3. So Paul out in front with 2 pair. Justin just chooses to play as a check back, which, both plays are fine. Let's see if Paul goes for any kind of thin value on the turn here. Could see a small to medium bet, possibly. He goes for half pot. Yeah, definitely targeting hands exactly like Justin has, ace high. Trying to get a little bit of value and protection. Well, one or the other, I guess. And ace on the river, and Paul is going to be annoyed again. Not a big pot or anything, but yeah, I mean, Paul correctly went for the thin value on the turn, and then just worst river in the deck for him. And Justin should go for some value here. Granted, always, dicier proposition against someone like Paul, who is capable of just check bombing it against what's kind of a transparent, usually capped range anyway.
Sure. This might be one if...
Well, it goes really small, too, which is...
inducing.
I would say generally it's something you want to avoid against a player like Paul, who's capable of the raise, unless he's specifically just trying to induce a raise, yeah. Which, maybe perhaps the interesting exploit. But yeah, Justin shouldn't have a whole lot of really, really strong hands here. I guess pocket 9s would make some sense. Or 6s, but usually it's not much.
Oh.
He does get paid off by Paul.
Yeah, so looks like Justin had a good size to get called, or you know, induce a check raise bluff.
Queen, we pulled all the cards today.
See.
Yeah.
A little bit surprised that I just got called, actually.
So we got a good surprise tomorrow for tomorrow's game. Long veteran. You probably played against them too, quite a bit online and live.
Oh, yeah? Tell me more.
Let's see. I'm trying to give some good hints. I actually don't have good hints from this one.
Shadow one.
Korean player.
Four.
Okay.
Maybe you haven't battled him, but mostly No Limit. I think exclusively No Limit, but
Brian Kim?
no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not a lot of, I mean, obviously Brian Kim's Korean American, but like, not a lot of Korean players popping out right off the bat.
First initial, I mean, maybe you haven't played with them. I would assume you guys cross paths somewhere. First name S, starts with an S.
I don't know.
Steve, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cross paths? Some.
Definitely back in the full tilt days, played
That's
some
what I
online.
figured, yeah.
Not, as far as I know, not since.
I didn't have any good hints to coach me on how I should have
No, I
progressed
don't
that
know.
one.
That would have been a tough one for me to get.
Eric
Honestly.
Blue was easier.
But I know the name. Yeah, I knew. I mean, I figured it wasn't him because we just talked about him last week. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's
That's him.
also not Korean. All right, King 10 versus King 10-0. Both have kings and jacks here on the flop. A hand that tends to want to play a little bit slower and just go for pot control more. Justin now with the royal draw. So nice little free roll here. Both players check to a river, which is understandable, and make the same straight. Will be a chop.
Call.
Yeah, pretty
Open-ended straight.
standard small pot there, but
Oh, almost royal. 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, that couldn't hit anybody. Wow. This is
My passive player here, right? I like to play it safe.
What did you battle,
Oh, no.
Steve? Yeah, and which games?
I like to play
Both
it
trapping each other.
nice and safe.
Yeah.
Just trying to let him do my betting for me.
I don't really remember exactly. I remember seeing him on full tilt a lot. I mean,
Oh, he was a Red Pro, right?
he was.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, I know that. I remember just seeing him like in games like a ton, but like I don't know, maybe some like mid to high no limit, or maybe just tournaments. I'm not really sure. Justin raises the button. Big rookie goes for just call from the small blind with ace jack of clubs, which is notable. I think a lot of players would play that as a 3-bet in the small blind in a 3-blind. Albie's in as well from the mid. Yeah, Justin with a set. The bad news for him is nobody else really has anything and likely to just get folded to this bet. Does go pretty small though. I mean, big rookie could consider peeling, but nah. I mean, I don't really think he should. With no backdoor flush draw.
Big one.
And yeah, Justin not happy to get 2 quick folds there.
Yeah, but now that he's flopped the set, he can't use the line. I haven't flopped the set in 3 months.
Did he say that?
No,
Or-
but you know, you can't say it now because you know we have proof.
sounds like something Paul would say.
Yeah.
It's another good thing about playing online. You get to flop sets every day. It's really hard to go play a full day of online poker and not flop any sets.
Especially in limit games or PLO.
All right, we got some action here. Big rookie raises the button. Perry 3-bets from the middle blind. And yeah, he's out. Yeah, big rookie showing not really wanting to play against
Engage,
these like offsuit Ace queen, ace jack type hands.
So one thing, Big Rig, if you're listening, when you're in position, it's just easier to play hands. You don't even actually have to have it. Even on dangerous boards, you could potentially have range advantage and take pots away from people, even if you don't have it.
Also, hands like the ace queen, ace jack, since they're not, they're not like crushing as calls or anything, can be good hands to 4-bet bluff with.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely hands that the solver wants to use some doing that. Especially if you have an image like Big Rookies where you're going to get a lot of credit for that. Somehow it feels like when I try to do this in my online games, it doesn't work out as well as I hope usually. But
well, do they know who you are?
Depends which site.
Right. No, I get. I mean, I'm like global poker famous now, so people have no idea who they are. It's like start saying hi, and like I definitely see people changing their play against me. So
oh wow! Didn't realize you were that level of famous.
Well, I mean, I kind of like worked. I purposely, I streamed, and like global poker promotes me a lot, and just. Have Ms. Regs like challenging me heads up for rolls. Like
that's when you know you've made it.
That's true. I never even thought of it that way. Because like I'm just being like, oh, I don't want to play against somebody who has probably has been studying me more than I've been studying them.
Fair, but still, if people are like coming at you with that kind of stuff, indicates there's some level of maybe they're jealous of results or whatever.
Oh no, that's definitely true. Like the couple people who have better results than me on global don't say a word. We just joke that like I don't want you on my table. That's about it.
Yeah, of course. That's usually how it goes.
But just like I binked something, and then because. When I'm in cash games, usually there's a promo going on, or I'm like on my phone, like waiting to do something. So I'm not going to be on there very long. So especially when there was that splash pot promo I was like telling you about, I was short stacking. So one of the Ms. Regs like types, it's like, you just binked a tournament, you're min buying. I'm like, I'm literally like waiting for an appointment or something. I'm like.
I mean, min buying is a valid strategy in a lot of games.
Especially if, especially in PLO when there's splash pots.
Yeah. By the way, pretty sure the graphics were wrong on that last hand. It said Paul just open folded ace queen suited. Not a thing.
Paul randomized folding ace queen suited.
Yeah, now the 8-4 suited. Now we found a hand in his wheelhouse. Yeah. Needs to be a good candidate to run big bluffs with. So.
Right.
Big Rookie's in from the middle blinds. Alvy with a just call rather than a squeeze from the third blind. So is the third eye blind like your creation, or is that?
Yeah, I did it, and I like Chat Pro, a couple other things.
What's your favorite third eye blind song?
Oh, I don't even remember anymore.
I mean, How's It Gonna Be was huge when I was like middle school maybe.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. All right, so check to the river. Big Rookie has 3 10s. Very big hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the board's missing a couple cards there, but it was 10 turn and some kind of low brick river. Alvy has 9s and looks to be paying it off, I think.
Threw away his hand while I was still looking at my chips.
Yeah, he got some kind of value bet paid off there on the river.
Whoa!
I like Big Rookie's speeches after he wins hands. Paul is looking for a hand that will get him talking again.
Is this mine?
No. Yeah, I don't know. This is 80, right? It's not line. Maybe you're wrong. Color.
The collection's only 80 now?
Yeah. 40.
Don't worry about it, Justin. Thought you should have took
Oh, I see.
You know what's going on?
I do.
What's going on?
40 was for.
Yeah, so big rookie just folds a7 off out of the small blind here. I mean, somewhat snug, but again, in this 3-blind structure, just it is really tough to play out of the small.
Agreed.
Raise 250.
C7, 250. C14.
Justin opens it with the king 4 suited. Alvi with ace king in the small blind. Just going to be pumping it up.
Here comes more.
Somewhat smaller sizing, 850.
850. 4.
Perry also with a suited king folds. And so Justin, yeah, I mean, the sizing was relatively small. Justin is in position. This is like actually kind of close, I would say. Especially if Justin feels like he can outmaneuver.
Queens this time?
1-1.
Does fold. I mean, haven't seen Alvi get out of line at all with his 3-betting, so yeah, I get it.
I think queens. Maybe
Queens?
maybe tens.
Paul, you want your big blind?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
By the way, for the chat, I found a packet of sauce on the ground. Unfortunately, it is just soy sauce, not hot sauce, so I'll have to wait to try the method.
Okay, C1 started.
Tomorrow we have a couple guest commentators. A friend of ours.
C3 raise 400.
I'm blanking out. Craig.
Easy.
Craig
game.
Mack comes to the one. Craig's bringing a special guest, Baby Shark, who has been crushed in tournaments, has 2 circuit rings.
What's new key, Perry?
Yeah, she's been having a big
Not much.
year.
Yeah.
Been,
I mean, she had a good year last year too. I think she was.
I've been
I think definitely in the hunt, at least for like the women's like GPI.
Yeah.
What site?
Instagram.
Which one?
Instagram.
Oh, Instagram.
Trying to build a personal brand.
Oh, good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all get to that point, and I was talking to Brian about just, content creation. He's already been on Running Once and now Octopi.
I believe you.
Yes,
Never
that's
made
correct.
a LinkedIn account.
Like, it really helps in downswings to just, see that you've
It's
been
very fun. It's like
doing
to
something
learn.
tangible.
Yeah.
Inevitably in poker
Yeah,
downswings.
it's right. It's nice to have some kind of stable component that's a little bit more reliable. And I know in playing poker, I can control my effort and the input, but I can't control the output. So
Right.
Very exciting. I mean, I have absolutely no traction yet. But,
Perry, you got started.
Be like that for a long time.
We all started somewhere.
Okay with
And,
also
know.
wondering if Big Rookie's on Instagram.
he's not, but he's, like I have
I'm sure he's
conversations with-
very aware of it. I mean,
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, he's huge on LinkedIn. Actually, he posts a lot. I was talking to some Gen Z millennials, and they're like, "We're not on LinkedIn. Like, it's an old person thing." I'm like, "It's an adult thing," because especially when you need to show people that are hiring you, or you need to hire, you need to have some sort of metrics for credentials.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I've created a LinkedIn profile in the past. I haven't been active on it in quite a while, but I still get email notifications from it. I'm definitely pretty checked out of Facebook though. I could argue that that is more of just an older people site at this point, with no real. I mean, it could be good for staying in touch with family or whatever, but yeah, there's not as much tangible reason to be on there, I'd say. Especially once my mom finally made it over to Instagram in the last year or two, so just even less reason to keep up on Facebook now.
Yeah, I mean, I have people that I specifically message on Facebook, and it's out of habit. And even Skype is just becoming the new aim.
been a while for me on Skype too. I got like my Skype hacked at one point, like years back, and I did regain access, and it was like fine. But after that, I was just like kind of over using it.
I think I literally only talk to one person on Skype now, and like 5 to 10 people on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely was pretty active on Skype for quite a while, and yeah, before that, definitely AAM.
AOL's instant messenger was a huge one.
But
Oh,
you,
yeah.
rookie, what kind of businesses are you involved in?
Yeah, now it's more like, you know, if I want to get in touch with someone, I just kind of like find what social network I can message them on.
Right. And just like Steve, just messaged me on Instagram. He's like, I messaged you. I'm like, where? He's like, Instagram. I'm like, that's the one I checked the least. Just text me. Well, I don't know if he has a U.S. phone, but I'm like Kakao Talk, and it's like so many.
Expensive or flashy, but
Like,
Justin in the middle blind, 3-bets the ace king, gets it through.
yeah.
Yeah, Sonny Kang in the chat asking about AAM and Skype if they're still around. I mean, I haven't used either in quite a while, but perhaps I guess people are using Skype.
Skype is definitely used, yeah. I mean, especially foreign countries.
I mean, I used to use Skype for, you know, like calls and stuff too, and like now there's just like
so many options.
Zoom or Google Meet or whatever. So
yeah.
Yeah, like when I do coaching, it's just like usually like Google Meet is the most used. Sometimes Zoom.
Yeah.
Or like you can call on like WhatsApp or whatever too. Like,
yeah.
So with
many.
Although I hate on WhatsApp, I'm just constantly getting spammed by these like cryptocurrency investment groups and stuff. It's pretty unbearable.
I mean, like the original good messenger was ICQ, and like their software was so good for its time, and then, you know,
I was never familiar with that actually.
ICQ. Oh, okay. It was. I'm sure it got bought out at some point, but.
So Albie defends the third blind here with 7-6 suited. Again, another hand that like I think 3-betting sometimes is cool.
Sure.
In this case, he flops Perry pretty dead, so he's in good shape. As long as he does not fold.
Yeah, if he can hold on.
Let's see what.
C4 bet 400. Yeah, C3
400. So yeah, 2/3 pot C bet, which is appropriate for this board texture, I think. Perry turns a pair, so this should slow the action down. Can't imagine he'd want to bet this hand. Would have been interesting on certain cards to see him go for bluffs, but yeah, I think this is just going to be a clean check back. Oh, he's going for a bet it. Very interesting.
C4 1100.
I mean, Albie could fold, but I wouldn't. Oh, it looks like he's folding actually. The way his expression. Yeah, I guess it. Wow, Perry gets it through. Wouldn't have expected that. I mean, yeah, it has to be a bluff, I think, or at least a protection bet. But works out really well as he gets the hand that had him totally dead to fold.
2.5 hours.
How to make plastic lenses?
Yes, they're very complex. They're the most complex
Like
thing
from
you can make out of
scratch?
plastic. Yes.
So
Chemicals.
That's cool.
talk about making lenses for glasses, which was Big Rookie's business, as we talked about earlier on the show. Very cool indeed.
Where you play 6-7 suited. Nothing, but then you can turn it into something.
Fair enough. Nine.
Just like now.
So looks like Paul opened the cutoff here, and Justin is re-raising in position on the button. Cannot see their cards quite yet. Yeah, Paul with one of his looser opens there, King-9 off. Justin with Queen-Jack suited. So, yeah, they're taking, like, I mean, granted a higher suited connector, but again, nice spot to just 3-bet where some players' instinct might just be always to call and see a flop.
Yeah. And 7 is a 900.
Not saying we have to 3-bet every time or anything, but definitely a spot where it's good to mix both.
$250.
C7, 250. C14.
Justin with kings here. Now Albie with the Queen-Jack suited. Let's see how he chooses to play it. Based on what I've seen from him, yeah, I think the call seems like how he's choosing to play this kind of hand class. Paul might pump it here though from the third blind, and I think that would be a good play. In this case, it wouldn't work out particularly well.
1500.
Yeah, he goes big, and should see a 4-bet from Justin. As far as sizing, I think in the neighborhood of like 3,500 seems about right to me.
So thinking about Vegas and the freaking Mirage, or
there are real decisions here. I mean, calling is not an outrageous play, especially if we know how light Paul can be sometimes here too. So like keeping some of his like the bottom of his range stuff in is also kind of nice.
You made it 4.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable for Paul. I think. Yeah, against this sizing, very close. Obviously, it depends on what we think of Justin's range. And Paul is peeling, so we got a big one here. So yeah, pot is going to be 8,300. So stack pot ratio just a touch over 1. Yeah, nothing for Paul on that flop. Justin most likely just has a range bet, I think, here. Certainly with kings, I would expect it.
Like 2K?
Yeah. Seems about right. Yeah, 2,300. Should get it done. Oh, wow. Paul is floating out of position here. Very interesting play. I assume... Ooh, wow. Spicy turn card, too. I mean, Paul could have that board. I mean, if he has, like, a 7-6 suited, 7-8 suited type hand. Don't think you would peel pre-flop with, like, an ace-7 suited, but... Yeah, I mean, there are some hands that could be there. But I assume his plan on the flop when check calling is to... If turn check checks, often bluff the river. Weird spot for Justin here. Only has half pot left. I think it's close between just putting the money in right now and protecting his hand versus checking. Oh, actually, sorry. His stack on the graphics is way off, by the way. Excuse me. This is the GG moment. So yeah, sorry. I was going by his stack on the graphics. He is actually much deeper than the graphics indicate. So yeah, when he bet 6,000 here on the turn, he clearly visibly had probably close to more like 10,000 behind. And Paul, let's see what Paul looks like. He actually has about 17-ish. And he lets it go. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I thought Justin, yeah, I mean, Justin has 9,000 behind, maybe, there. So, not 800. So, yeah, all of it makes a little bit more sense now. I thought Paul was doing a float out of position there with only like half pot left to play. Seemed a little ambitious, but definitely makes more sense that deep. Also makes Justin's choice to bet interesting. I mean, I assume he's just thinking Paul has a lot of the slightly worse overpairs and is trying to get value from those. But the idea of inducing is also interesting.
Yep. That's the one thing. I don't know. It's not one thing. One of the topics when I coach poker that people get so excited about, because like when you start poker, you get so excited about bluffing. One of the concepts when I coach is inducing a bluff, and when the kids I coach successfully do it, they get so excited. I'm like, yeah, it's a thing.
That is definitely a really fun thing. Yeah, just like knowing when to make like a non-standard check, or at least non-standard by conventional wisdom anyway. Just try to rope people in.
There was a lot of stuff, I got away with early on Global Poker. I'm sure people have caught on or whatever. I don't know. There's some stuff that still works. It's just, I got a lot away with a lot of stuff that you and I probably consider in standard arsenals for the first 11 years of online poker. I don't want to blow your cover because you could still get away with it because people don't know who you are on there.
True.
The second you have essays on you, it's hard to get away with stuff.
Where are they posting these essays?
On their player notes.
Oh.
No, I definitely know. I've been talked about by some of my opponents. Like I said last time, Cordy B had me marked. I'm like, what? I don't even remember playing against her, but I saw her have player notes on me on her stream, and I'm like, yo, open those. I want to see. One of the things I love doing, and you might be able to get away with it now, is raising or 3-betting with trash, and then when you get lucky, you showdown, and then you put in their player notes. They saw me, 3-bet with Jack 6 offsuit, blah blah blah, and it only fools them for a short while. But at least you get a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely smart to include that in the notes. Yeah. Yeah, I know I've learned a lot of tricks in the last few years of just really applying myself fully to no limit. Some of the spots to trap in and such, where back in my old days, coming up an ultimate bet, it was just, that wasn't really the way anybody played. It was just just pure raw aggression. That was the old card runner style. Just that, I learned some from Taylor and the guys. And it worked really well. Just back in the day, people weren't equipped to handle, if you're 3-betting the button with King Jack off against them. They just had no idea how to combat that at all. So it worked out really well.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as trapping and stuff, I wasn't so adept at that. Or just always kind of being the aggressor.
That's where Rounders was ahead of its time. The final hand.
Yeah.
All day, check, trap me. So yeah, I was talking with Lucky Chewy, and everybody who plays poker wants to promote poker. He was talking about how he wanted his approach to be more popular, and I told him when I first joined Poker Media, I was essentially the same way, and I was very equipped to kind of narrate LA poker because I start from the bottom, went all the way to the top, plus had an online background too.
Yep.
In the end, it's finite. You
got chilly? Huh? It's a little chilly.
What appeals to the television poker fan
I can hardly feel my feet anymore.
isn't the stuff that people like you and I are interested in going down the rabbit hole.
Sure.
And I was trying to communicate that to Chewy, and he's like, I want to change that. And I told him, this is not something you could change. People are entranced with this game for different reasons. And let's be honest, in a clip where, I don't know, Ivy or Negron or even
If we're talking about my sweater.
Helmuth or Esviniari do these super sick table talk and reads. It's more entertaining as a TV clip.
Yeah, those clips when Daniel always used to be oh, I think you have this, and he'd be right 10% of the time, but those would be the ones that get
clips,
shown. Those were viral for the time for sure. No, I think Chewy's building an awesome thing with Octopi.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to be more targeted toward a certain segment of the community that's really more interested in that deeper learning and study stuff, which again, Victoria, who's also co-founder, certainly subscribes to. I mean, successful tech entrepreneur in her own right, who's now doing the poker tech company and also learning poker at a rapid pace herself.
Thought about that.
So yeah, I mean that's their mindset is just like they're students of whatever, students of the game, students of business, students of life.
I mean, there's a lot of articles promoting like women to get into poker to learn skill sets that they can't normally get.
Yeah, I mean, Victoria has an awesome group as well. The Pocket Queens. I did one online seminar for them. Like, I think it was like last fall actually. But yeah, they put one out every week from someone just doing like a lot, live coaching session of sorts. But yeah, I mean, I know, I'm on Octopi as well. The tools they put out their GTO trainer recently, which is cool. Still, everything's getting built out, but yeah, I mean, definitely a very appealing place to learn poker. And I mean, I know Chewy himself is very hands-on and involved in the community, active on the Discord.
Yep. I'm not on there, but like you could just tell he's very passionate about going down the rabbit hole and promoting the game.
Paul with a fairly late 3-bet here. Button versus cutoff. Not a good flop for him, as each flop's a pair and pairs is better. Starts off with a small bet, about quarter pot. And, Perry's going to check raise. Not something you see super often with this hand class, but I think it's pretty cool, especially with the dynamic, knowing that Paul's, going to be lighter than most here.
Right.
And he calls. Turn's going to be interesting here. 5K in the middle. So completes the flush, and neither player has a diamond. Seems likely to slow them both down, I would think. Although maybe there's a world where Paul decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Perry is actually going to keep betting. Small size, 30%.
Gets it done. Denies equity.
Yeah, that he does. Yeah, interesting turn spot for Perry after the check raise there. But yeah, I mean, I think figures to have more flushes than Paul after that action, so makes sense to do a lot of small size turn leading. Frustrating day so far for Paul.
Yeah.
I can't check back.
I mean, he hasn't lost any like super big pots, but he's lost quite a few medium-sized pots.
Getting chunked down.
Yeah, just hasn't really gotten much going.
Yeah, but if Chewy, like, I talk with him half year, obviously I've been busy, but if he wants to get involved with, showcasing what Octopi can do and, incorporating it with hand reviews and stuff, we could try to get that done, if that interests him.
Yeah, like in conjunction with the stream?
Yeah.
Could ask him about it.
Yeah, I'll ask him. No shortage of things to do.
Yes, yeah. I was just watching that GG online final table stream with him, and yeah, he was just kind of talking about his like balance. Like now he's basically like there's some poker series that he like really gears up for, like the WSOP, Big Poker Go series, and like the Win December. But then other than that, he's just kind of like really focused on Octopi most of the time. And that's his day to day. Is just like being the CEO, answering, getting back to people, meetings, working on different products. Like, yeah.
Speaking of CEOs, we gotta shout one out, but I gotta text somebody to come in the chat.
And everybody whiffs here through a raised pot. So definitely the spot where just c-betting as the pre-flop aggressor should work, unless someone gets ambitious. And Justin takes it down. Nice day for him so far. Looks like he might be able to get his own apartment soon if it keeps going like this.
Well, I wonder what the Gen Z people invest in if they come up with a lump sum. Because there aren't as many opportunities.
Crypto?
Yeah, but I mean, well, I don't want to comment since I'm not an expert on this cycle, but the people in my network aren't a fan of this cycle.
In crypto specifically, or
Yeah.
okay. I don't know. The only people I see tweeting about it are people like Timex who are just like,
JMO,
oh, like,
yeah.
you know, you're
Or
still
is he
like
printing?
people were early 10 years ago, but they're still early now, and still stuff like that, all that kind of talk. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have a motivation to say stuff like that, and
yeah, I mean,
Dunk.
Timex lives in like Grand Cayman now, and just balling it up. So, all right, let's see, VPIP.
Sonny, I wasn't.
Paul with the lead. Big Rookie bringing up the rear with that. And yeah, in terms of winnings, Justin is the biggest winner. Paul stuck, almost 16,000 now. Just little medium chunks at a time.
Yeah, and Big Rookie making a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Late night rally. Sorry, Sonny, I wasn't looking in the chat. Yeah, AIM, dial up. That's me. And whenever I joke with Benita, the Counter-Strike World Champion, like when I show her a picture of like StarCraft on a computer, I'm like, if you look out the window, you can see a Triceratops.
Wait, is that the AIM logo? Or
What?
what's the Triceratops?
No, I'm joking because StarCraft's so old, you can look outside the window and see dinosaurs.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, we have a couple buddies from Arizona we'd like to shout out for transferring out of poker, where some of them are still in poker. Sean and Thomas Keller and the CEO of Oats Overnight, Brian Tate.
Yes, shout out, guys. I'm actually wearing my Oats Overnight T-shirt.
Oh, sick.
Fits great. Yeah. You didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yep. Great fit. Super comfortable. And yeah, still enjoying the product very much.
Yep.
Oats Overnight. Thank you, guys.
Get your first order for 33% off. I think anywhere on the site, Amazon, like whatever. They have a good ad push now, so
And Perry opening it up here with nines. Alvy had folded the king 10 in the cutoff. Little snug. Paul is going for it here. Yeah, Paul is trying to play some big pots right now. So this could get interesting. Oh wow, Perry's actually going for the 4-bet. Very interesting. Perhaps read some weakness into Paul, and if so, he is correct.
Oh, the nose.
Really big sizing
touch.
too. Could we see a 5-bet? Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Did he just take it down?
Wow.
Holy. He earned that one.
He didn't show his hand at the table. Curious if those graphics are definitely right.
Right.
Pretty wild play.
Yeah, I mean, he did a move on ace-9 against ace-king and, against L.
I'm not saying he's not like capable, but it'd make a lot more sense if he had like ace-2 suited or something than 5-2 off.
Right.
Wow. Well, that's one way to start getting back into the game. Yep, now comes right back with a button raise with 9-7. Paul's had enough. And flops a double gutter, granted not a very good one, but bets and wins. So building some momentum. Also,
So-
still correct that he never has the best hand. He just has to bluff to win pots.
Yeah, I just remember to move. Like, you know, the complainers of the table. They complain, and when they stop complaining, you know, the level 1 play is or the level 1 read is they have a hand. So Paul, when he did the 4-bet or 5-bet with the 5 just stopped complaining. That's like levels on levels, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. You're right.
Game goes infinitely deep.
Ooh, big rookie folds a suited ace. Ooh. Is that allowed in the live at the Commerce game?
It's one of your outs.
Huh?
It's one of your outs.
Right?
Albie is not folding, so ace queen off, 3-bet, gets it done.
Purple chip, the teal chip. You gotta watch that. That's why I folded, because I saw you reach for your teal chip. I'm sorry.
Oh, interesting. Big rookie is stating that he folded because he saw Albie reaching for chips. So
live reads.
reaching for the 3-bet chips as well. So
Live reads.
very astute. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Again, underestimate big rookie at your own risk. So he raises the button now with ace-9. Albie with 7-6 suited in the small. How does he want to play this? Goes for the 3-bet. Credit to him. I think throughout the day he's been more of collie with this kind of hand class. I like this play.
Quit picking on me.
And gets it done.
No, you wouldn't pick on me, would you? We're friends. You don't pick on your friends. Not me yet.
Parry a quick raise and take it there with the queen 10 suited. It's going to sting for him when he sees that hand back on the stream later. 4-bet folding 9s to 5 deuce. Again, assuming that's what Paul actually had, which I mean,
we
maybe.
don't know. Yeah.
Seems a little crazy to me, but
Part of it is like, as you know, the mental war. Like, these guys are obvious veterans, especially Perry. What happens, like, you know, hand 10 or 20 or even 50 is like whatever, but some of the biggest stuff happens in, you know, like hand 150 or 200 or 500. That kind of defines,
supposedly walking in, but me getting out of it in this game.
you know, what kind of player and what results you have.
No chance.
Because a lot of people can play the first 50 hands
Elvis!
reasonably well, if not very, very well. Not everybody can play hand 500 or 2,000 that well.
that is a very good point. Yeah, like big part of just mental game in poker is just being able to maintain that even when, I mean, because I think naturally we're, you know, going to drop off from when the first hand we show up to play for a day versus, the 500th or whatever, or, you know, live poker day. It's not going to be quite that high, but whatever hand, 200th hand. So yeah, it's definitely a big valuable skill, just learning how to be at our, at our best and just at least, if not as sharp as in hand one, as close to it as we can.
Yeah, I mean, one of the
My time is less.
spidey senses I had throughout my career is kind of sensing when, somebody's
My grandchildren go to high school, right?
got the upper hand on me or potentially out to get me in a way that I'm not as hungry to get back at him.
I'm fucking doing 15 bags.
And,
he's asking me how much I'm playing.
you know.
You see it, man. Come on.
Yeah.
One of the things you could tilt your opponents with is if somebody's gunning after you,
15K,
you just avoid them.
it's like a bit obvious, isn't it?
And then they get kind of snagged by another person. And then it's a little bit of like their demise that they can't figure out that that's the phenomenon that's going on.
Yeah, that's a really good point for sure. But definitely valuable to be able to like read into that kind of stuff and just know when someone has that in them.
Yeah.
When that's their mentality is shifted that way.
So, you know, I'm blowing my cover here. But when people verbalize on global that they have it in after me, I just kind of like, you know, change my play a little bit in polarized and marginal spots. You know, I may or may not be winning against them, but I know, or you know, doing better. But I know that they're self-destructing against the field because they're not playing properly. You know, taking my hand and my presence into consideration with their overall EV.
Interesting spot here. So Paul limped from the middle blind. Justin ISO'd to 400, 4 straddles, I guess. And he flops a flush draw. Paul flops middle pair. Justin bets half pot here. Paul calls. His turn is a 5. Better for Paul, of course. It gives him a gutter. Decision for Justin whether to barrel this combo.
Oh, livestream poker. And I just can't get out of it today.
And he does. 1350 in the neighborhood of 3/4 spot. Can't imagine Paul is going to be folding this at this point. Also, check raise is an option for sure, but I think call is definitely the most common play here. So the river is a brick for these two hands. Justin has about as weak of a hand you can have, but also having the flush draw is not typically ideal for bluffing, as we want our opponent to have these cards. So interesting spot for him. Yeah, I mean, he has about as low of a hand in terms of absolute value, but I mean, anything worse than like ace high is about equivalent. So I think it's a real decision for Justin whether to fire the third, and will be interesting if he does. Yeah, he gives up, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think on the turn, if Paul had something like maybe 9-7 or 10-7 instead of 7-6 with the gutter, could have been trying some folds. But yeah, as played, even if Justin bets the river there, I feel like Paul would have found a way to continue in some fashion. It could be another check raise spot even.
How do you respond to like when you give a hand history to your peers and then they start with as played?
I mean, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, message taken.
Do you feel the needle?
In fairness, I feel like I've given that advice to many other people than have given to me.
Yeah.
But I mean, but usually, you know, I'll be as nice as I can and explain why I would have done something earlier differently or whatever. But yeah. But yeah, on the occasions I have happened to get that advice, then yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take it and realize like, okay, yeah, I messed up here.
Well, that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, Chewy is actually a great example of someone I talk poker with some, and you know, just gives really honest, raw feedback, and I appreciate the hell out of that.
Sure. No, this is a game where the tougher skinned people with feedback are just going to do better.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when people say as played, also like, I think I said this to you, if I'm sending a hand history to my peers or, you know, people much, much better than me, I know they're outlier hands. Like, I don't need to send them something that I knew what I was doing, exploitating or just getting max value.
And like, yeah, I mean, if I send someone in as played, there's usually like a qualifier to it. Like, I'll explain like why I'm there. Like, you know, I would have personally done this pre-flop, but as played, like, you know, like that kind of thing. Not just a like straight up as played with no explanation. So I think I feel like that's harsher.
Me?
I'm very self-entertaining.
Heads up flop here. Paul against Albie. Another suited connector in the big blind here. But Albie whiffs the flop. Interesting as it's a flop that's usually better for the defender.
Solitary confinement for a couple of years.
That said, in this instance, Paul has a gutter. And also very low showdown value for his range. Definitely a good spot to stab. And I think Albie's going to be done here.
that a bet? A blind bet?
That's not a bet.
Howard life growing up. I think it's easy growing up in the slums of Beverly Hills.
You? Is that where you grew up?
Yeah.
Real
poor
slummy.
section.
In the poor section?
Yeah.
Who had the lens business? Your family?
Huh?
Your parents had the lens business? And they gave it to you?
Well,
Or
I
did you
wouldn't use
create
the word gave, but yes.
It was a coup.
They fucking gave it to you, Big Rookie.
They
didn't they?
overthrew
Why
his
wouldn't
own
you use the
family.
word gave? What word would you use?
By.
Usurped.
Gosh.
You bought it off your own parents.
11.
Oh, man. Didn't you learn your lesson from that guy?
Nope. Well, you taught the first lesson. When I tried to bluff you,
I tried to leave.
you went all in.
I tried to leave.
He
and
went
go
all
back
in
to
as
the
well.
5-10.
You tried to?
that was
I tried to, yeah.
What happened?
5-bet jam Perry.
Huh?
My 5-bet jam versus Perry.
Oh, now you're
I
back.
tried to get out of there.
No way you gotta play 5-10 after that. You get pelted, you're gonna go play 5-10.
Yeah, why not?
I'm going to the pub for some beers.
We'll have more fun.
Okay, you're on the up and up now, I see.
That's 5 high.
5 high? No.
Well, my,
One pair 5?
5 high.
No pair 5?
5-4 spade.
You're a sick fuck.
I don't care. I'm lost interest. Lost interest. Unless I get a run of fucking hands where I still haven't made a pair. Well, when I make a pair,
You probably,
I'll be in a better mood.
if I bluff that hand, you probably snap me off with your 6-7. No, you probably jam on me. You probably jam.
I'll
I
tell you
bet
that.
4K
I'll
there.
do what you do to me. You know what the difference is though, Justin? You never bet 4K.
Why?
What?
You call me soft?
You never bet 4K. You never take Queen Jack and bet 4K.
Damn.
I got scared.
You won't get me to fold a pair and a flush draw on the river. You just check like you always do. And then when you bet and I call you, you just show me top pair. That's what always happens. The same shit that I've been seeing for a long time.
You got me figured out.
I have. I've got most of you figured out, to be honest. If I actually made a hand and actually had some inner discipline, I'd be a good poker player.
This Perry's just laughing
I
at
don't receive the same action that I
the
give.
speeches.
I give lots of action, but I don't receive it back. I only receive it back.
that's
when
the way I feel
No,
too.
I only receive
Not
it back
the
when
action part, but I give.
No, I give so much action on here, and all I ever
No,
see
no,
is
but
someone playing back at
everybody-
me when they've got kings. Maybe Perry. Perry's the only one. Perry, 4-bet me nonsense.
4? Oh, wait, 2. Never mind. I thought I had jack.
That's good.
Same shit.
Same shit, is it? It's still one. It's still good, was it?
Yeah.
That's some poker.
Mystery to my head.
Perry, honestly, I'm not joking. I actually wanted you to call. Honestly, I have a
I'm sure you
double up.
did.
What?
I'm sure you
I
did.
double up or just go. No, I did. Well, I mean, in theory, I don't want you to call me, but I was over it at that point. If you call me, you're probably going to be
Paul's gone
60% to win.
full email.
That's 5 high. Good.
I'll watch it back. I'm curious.
What do you mean you watch it back? I've just told you. You need to watch it back. Just told you.
5 high.
Have I ever lied to you?
I don't think so.
I've never lied to you.
Not that I know.
Well, I'm not a liar, mate. Just tell you as it is.
Makes me really
I
sad.
fight for a spades. I didn't want to call and see the flop.
Huh?
I didn't want to call and see the flop. He's either bluffing or he's got it, and I'll either run it versus ace king and kings and aces. If he's got it, if he's got me, he's got me.
He's got aces or kings.
Yeah, if he's got ace or kings, it's a decent hand to go in against. It's a decent hand to put it in against, isn't it?
Like 15.
Well, if he's got aces, I don't want to have ace queen off, do I?
No, not
I'd rather
ace queen.
have that hand.
I don't know. Does that have better equity than the pocket pair below aces? Probably worse. I don't know. I don't know these things. 300.
I'll save that for that. I don't know. I was over it.
Whoa.
750.
It was almost the min click. Oh no. Big rookie's missing the 2.
Still has the best hand. Well, I guess that missing 2 must be accounted for in the percentages.
Yeah, I guess so.
Play nice.
Gotta be.
Play nice. Please.
Interesting. So, yeah, Justin with a Broadway gutter and 1 spade as well.
Oh, big rookie, bigger, bigger, bigger. Come on, get a teal in there. There you go.
Ooh.
There you go.
There you go.
That's what we like.
Ooh, wow. Immediately interesting spot for Justin. I mean,
Yeah.
It really depends on how you perceive this.
Too much.
He pulled it,
Yes, yes, go
Let's
big
go.
rookie. Let's go.
Show it.
I'll see this hand back on later on the stream.
Advanced plays. So kids, like Brian said earlier, if you have the mid pairs, switch to the higher mid pairs, you can check the flop, but the lower ones you want to.
Also, if you just have a solid image like Big Rookie, you can just get away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Just try whatever floats your fancy in terms of progression, and
Look at
it's probably
him.
going to work pretty well.
He's so happy. It's like he received his first paycheck.
Yeah, it's much better than making $1.45 or whatever whatever he was doing.
Oh man, inflation, cost of living is brutal.
Out of control.
I'll come in.
Just keep running on that hamster wheel.
You should actually employ me as head of sales.
And 3-way flop here.
Mate, you have no idea. Like, honestly, when it comes to sales, I'll perk up a bit, I promise.
Okay, I'll check those numbers. Just waiting for the 1200.
Yeah, right. Check. I've seen that.
Paul goes for the check back here, which I think is cool sometimes.
Yep.
I think I heard some of that.
Yeah, in this case, his 2 opponents were drawing pretty slim on the flop. Yeah, Big Rookie. He's in a different gear now. He has shifted.
Yeah.
Fold.
What? The card's got to be wrong. Or no, they're not wrong. He showed the ace.
I just can't even pay you anymore, Big Rookie. I just can't do it.
No, he got
Wow.
Let's go, big rookie.
Wow.
You're getting greedy over
Just
there.
getting greedy, mate.
Wow.
Huh?
Greedy.
Big Rookie. He's playing the long game with them. Playing some tight plays early in the stream.
Yeah.
Get them all thinking, and then just the haymaker is coming.
Yeah. I think, I meant to talk to you about that concept too, is like, setting the tone with your first 3 orbits.
Yeah.
And people, some people label you in a certain way, and if you know that they view you in a certain
Look
way.
how happy he is.
Yeah,
Gotta love it.
He's totally got his first paycheck.
But no, that's a totally valid thing, like, to be aware of. Reminds me of there was a Phil Galfond blog post I read about this a little while back. But yeah, just like people's like perception of you over the first like 30 minutes playing is going to color so much that like after that you can just like change a lot, or sometimes it's going to be natural. Like if you've had cold cards that time, you're going to be labeled as a nit, and then you can get away with more after that, or vice versa if you had a bunch of cards and you're just playing in a lot of hands right away.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, just to be aware of that, like what certain players' perceptions are going to be, and adjusting to that.
I was in position. That's the only reason why I called.
I think, yeah, I don't want to call myself out too much. But okay, let's go back to the politics of like live poker.
Okay.
I think it's mostly damaging in no limit hold'em live when people like politic this stuff. Like everybody talks about in the private games, everybody talks about who they rather play with. Personality gets involved, like skill level is part of it. How much you're related to the real world. If all you are is a vanilla pro and you're just taking, you're not wanted there. Like Brian Hastings, he's dealing with run at ones, octopi. He's had articles written about him. He's got 6 bracelets. That's giving to the community. And sure, like, some fun players not gonna be like, hey, Brian, let's play heads up. You know, when you're contributing to the community, you allow yourself the possibility to like be part of society.
Yeah, or in other cases, like, you know, if I'm trying to play in some game with certain people, they can Google me and see a bunch of poker success right away and be like, oh, nope, don't want to play with that guy.
Yeah, but like, you know, the vanilla pros that kind of say, oh, I'm so much action. Well, they're like, you may get like in a couple spots that, you know, you pretend to be somebody you're not, and it just leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth when you have to be deceptive about who you are. And Albie makes a jack high call, sees the bad news. Very expert play by Justin, value betting nines.
Yeah, nicely done by Justin. That's one to take note of there. I mean, one might think there's no value to be had with 2 nines on that board, but yeah, I mean, just taking this really small sizing, he found it.
Yeah, Brian Kim, like, we were playing small stakes, like 5-10 one day, and I had pocket fives, and like, I'm joking about being a has-been while, you know, he's in his prime. I have some funny Brian Kim stories, but this one's like, I value bet pocket fives, and I can't even be fourth pair, and I get called. And then he's just like needling me. He's like, has-been, eh? I'm like, well, I'm not exactly trying to play you heads up for rolls, so yes, has been.
I mean, there's a big, you know, there's a big gap between has-been and like people who want to play Brian Kim heads up for rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a lot of middle ground in between there. But yeah, no, I mean, in terms of just like playing in games, like I'm certainly always for just like, you know, realizing what it is. Like if you're showing up to play poker, I mean, the whole game of poker, like, you know, for you to be a poker pro, it's, you know, your livelihood is built around recreational players wanting to come play poker and enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're just not going to help that happen at all. Like, if I'm at the table, like, yeah, I'll be chatting with people. You know, if they want to see a hand or something, like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll show you one. Like, I had this one, could fold, but you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, just generally doing things that are like pro-social and for everyone to be having a good time. Like, yeah, obviously you still want to be playing well and trying to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, also being mindful of the fact that people are there to have fun too, and you want that to happen. You want them to have fun. You want to contribute to that.
And they, like, when you're part of society, they do let you in games from time to time. So here we got a hand with Perry Jacks. Always just gonna defend.
Yep.
With a call.
Annie now though.
Yeah, another king queen suited can either or spot there. Cut off versus third blind.
I think it's better for Rex, I guess.
Check flop. Ooh, Albie with the nut flush draw now. Against specifically Jack's doing quite well. I mean, still a 2-to-1 dog, but
I think taking out the
a lot of outs.
Whatever.
I'd like them to introduce the ante and leave the show.
So seems like Perry's going to have to continue with the call, and then River, we'll see what comes. And well, flush completes. So nice run out for LV. See how much he wants to bet. I think on the flush completion, we probably don't want to get too greedy because now, you know, if we're putting ourselves in our opponent's shoes, Perry. Oh, he checks. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just gonna be 5-10. People are not gonna treat it like.
But yeah, Perry now with a hand like his is losing to either an ace or a flush. Just makes it harder to pay off like a really big bet. So Perry is now thinking about if he can get value.
But, I mean, if you're like a Vegas reg, you can just go play a Bellagio or Aria if you want.
Oh, he does go for a value bet. Wow, so this worked out really well for Alvi, and now he's going to get to raise. I mean, yeah, Alvi's check makes sense if he thinks Perry has an ace often, or if he just thinks he's going to value bet thin like this.
Yeah, but
so
the new room apparently is kind of popping. It's not as big as like.
That's not what Perry wants to see.
Win yet.
Nope.
It might be eventually.
Pretty modest check raise. Looks like 1,700, I believe.
That was unexpected.
But Perry cool as a cucumber, even though it was unexpected. Seen this spot 47,000 times.
Not fun to get check raised here. Yeah, it was a pretty thin bet on the river. I mean, he obviously couldn't see Alvy's cards the other hand, but he just saw Justin bet 100 in the river and get paid with 2 nines. Maybe decided to try the same kind of thing. He's thinking it through. Does have the jack of hearts as well. And he does eventually make the fold.
Oh, he checked back. That's got to mean something.
I hate it when they check back.
I know.
Alluding to Albi rechecking his cards before putting them in the muck, which I feel like can go both ways. And I think we talked about this before, and I think, and for me, I think I've done it more when I've been bluffing than had value. But in this case, the players seem to correctly think that Albi had it.
Rookie, you actually go back and watch the streams.
What's that?
Every stream you played on, have you gone back and watched the whole thing?
Is it most of the time?
Well, we have some comments for Big Rookie, and he's definitely clawed his way out after a rough start.
Yep. Yeah, Justin, the biggest winner. Albi, nice too. Yeah, Big Rookie almost up back to even. Paul making some headway. Last time we had this update, he was down about 16,000. So,
how you play when you're not winning is one of the biggest variables that can predict your poker career.
yeah, very true. Yeah, it's right. It's easy to play well when things are going well.
Yeah. Dealt winners, bluffing correctly.
But yeah, after your aces just got cracked for the third time in a row,
Yeah.
how do you handle that?
Yeah.
Big point. Yeah, Paul's had some head shaking moments today, but
Yeah. That's why, like, Brian Kim, very, very seasoned veteran, but, the World Series, day 10, he got caught, like, nut flush against full house.
Yep.
And then, has the King 6 suited squeeze bluff, and, like, I really hope that he didn't get impatient after, I really doubt it. It's just, I'd hate for that to affected such a huge spot.
Yeah, it's fair to wonder in that situation. I wouldn't think so for him, but
I agree.
But right, like after losing that other big pot, and just kind of that mentality though, I want to get back to like where my chip peak was, that kind of thing. But
That's one of the discussions I had with Darren Elias, like before I was playing tournaments, because like when I was playing like 1 a year or 3 a year, I'll like build up 2 or 3x stack, and then somebody will set me, and then I'm just down to like crumbs, and I'm like, how do you do this? You just do.
4.
And now that I play tournaments, I understand, because people are like, oh, I only have 12 big blinds. I'm like, 12 big blinds is a ton.
right, it's such a big source of advantage if you can just handle the situations better than there's just so many people who don't. So yeah,
I've had at least 2 tournaments where I had less than 1 big blind. I came back and won.
wow, that's pretty sick.
I obviously have to run like God, but like, it's...
So, yeah, I don't have a story quite that extreme, but I had so in January this year, Hard Rock 3,500 in January. With 16 left, I went for the river like bluff all but one chip thing, and got called or jammed on in actually by a boat. And so yeah, I was down to like well under a big blind, and then I ended up like spinning it back up to like having it peaking at maybe like 25 bigs, and I laddered from like 16th to 9th.
Sick, yeah.
So
for those of you guys who are not tournament experts, every single rung counts, even though from the min cash to the final table, it's not that big of a pay jump, but everything counts, man. Like,
for sure.
When I set out to do that global tournament grind, like I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this really seriously. And of course I punted here and there, but for the most part, I tried not to be lazy with decision making, and that actually compounds when you pay attention. One of the things early on is, a lot of the more studied people were raising 2.1x.
Brian Hastings has walked out.
And
even the commentators walked out.
Name dropping you.
Yeah, had to use the facilities.
But even, like, gotta take this.
I didn't see. I thought that was my blind. Don't. Okay.
Fucking Brian's watching you fold again.
Paul saying I'm getting fed up by the folding. No, not true. You know, I'm having fun. It's definitely a different feel than some of the other lineups I've commentated on, but there's still been quite a few interesting spots today. And I mean, shorthanded is always really fun to watch for me. I mean, for personally these days, most of the cash gameplay I do is online 6-max, so it's more kind of similar to that. Granted, the 3-blind structure changes it a lot, but for me, it's interesting to see how that dynamic changes everything. All right, 3-way to the flop here. So Perry obviously must have been the raiser. With kings, 2 folds in the middle. Or, I mean, sorry. Two calls in the middle pre-flop. Justin takes one off on the flop here with some backdoor stuff going on. And Perry quickly checks the turn. And, I mean, the king is actually not really a good card for him here, as he does make kings full of 7s. But, so I guess the one, if Justin somehow had the lone king, he would still beat that. So it could be good for that. But, yeah. In general, going to be hard for him to get much action here. Goes for kind of a smaller sizing. And does Justin have any bad ideas here?
Maybe he can get Perry to fold.
Yeah, he floated the flop here in a 3-way pot.
I can get out of it, so they're losing 4 bags. Be in a really good mood.
26.
Ooh, wow, he did it.
And Perry is still going to sweat a little bit.
I mean, he is definitely not folding.
He's definitely not folding, but
Has a slight decision between raise and call, I would say.
yeah, I mean,
he beats a lone king here. So if Justin, you know, instead of Jack 9 off, had you know, King Jack off with a diamond.
that's a very valid time chip.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's right. It's a decision. Like basically, there's 1 king left and 1 7 left in the deck. So, I mean, I guess it depends how likely we think Justin has a 7, which requires just calling on the flop and checking back the turn. Also, if he say Justin has a lone king here, he would still have to pay off our 3-bet if we went for the raise. I think I'm inclined to just call here for these reasons. It's kind of hard to just get paid off for value on a 3-bet. Whereas we can run into quads sometimes. It's not like, super likely, but I think we're okay. He did go for the raise. All of it, in fact.
And Justin had none of it. So Phil Locks can be joining us in a bit.
It was pretty bad.
Oh, nice.
I'm trying to put on a show for the stream.
Wait, so does that mean he busted?
Not a lunatic.
You don't think I can have a king?
I'm trying to come up with something punny, but it's kind of like, yeah, he busted. So he's on his way. He was scheduled to play from the beginning, but, you know, I was hoping he wouldn't show up at all because that would potentially mean he binked it.
And I don't like many bluff.
I guess another decision on that river there is whether to, if you're going to 3-bet, do you jam like that, or do you do like some kind of clicky thing to try to like, you know, represent that you could potentially be bluffing that way? It's kind of hard to represent a bluff going all in, I think. Yeah, I think if I did raise there, I would just do something like, you know, 5K or something really goofy. But I think I would just call.
Why can't you do that for me, bruv? Try and get me out of it. You got to give it to Perry. You can't give me a few bags. Come on. I called you
Paul is mad that Justin punted to Perry and not to him.
Yeah, on
fair.
I even called you pre-flop.
The backdoor?
I even called you pre-flop. I even called you.
Now Big Rookie's turn to have kings, and he makes a really small 3-bet.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm rooting for Big Rookie in this lineup.
Of course. Me too. I don't even think we need to be secretive about that. So Perry peels, yeah, small 3-bet. Kind of an interesting flop. 3 diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Perry does have a 4 and, you know, backdoor wheel stuff going on with the 3. Big Rookie is going big on the flop here.
Look at me thinking you're a lunatic. Sorry, Brian. Whatever you see on the TV, just take it with a pinch of salt, all right? No, let's see. I had.
That was a really bad bluff.
Do you know what I had?
Huh?
I had.
I like Paul. He's a funny dude.
Queen 4. When?
Who Perry just finds the fold on the flop.
I was wondering if Perry was gonna like, you know, float and maybe makes the moves later. But
Yeah,
opted against.
seems pretty snug. I mean, even if we assume Big Rookie's range is pretty strong there, there's
Sure.
decent maneuvering potential on turns and stuff.
Yep.
Good job.
Thank you very well. So what's I supposed to do? What am I gonna do? Fuck tonight. I got shit hand as usual.
Good job.
To be fair, it'd be more tilting if I had like kings or something.
Huh?
I said I'd be more tilted if I had like kings or queens. That would be more tilted. Obviously, that's just a shit ball.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't really do much. No more bluffy.
Now Justin wakes up with aces against Paul's button raise in the small blind, which is definitely a position that Paul is aware Justin's going to be 3-betting pretty wide. Paul happy to take a flop with the king 3 suited. Interesting flop. Yeah, king jack 10 definitely favorable for the 3-better. Paul has top pair.
6.
And with aces specifically, it's not like a super exciting board, of course. Plenty that we lose to now. Justin goes for just the quarter pot-ish c-bet. Paul with a call. See a turn. Is a brick. Complete rainbow on the board, by the way.
Badoogie.
Indeed. Bad doogie right there, though.
Oh yeah. Bad doggy.
I like announcing that in Badoogie, just when I have a complete trash one like that. Bad doogie. Justin goes for check, which, yeah, totally fair with aces. Again, many hands you can lose to here. So pot controlling makes sense. See if Paul decides to bet or just check back. It's going for a bet. Close to half pot. Would anticipate Justin to just call here. Just not strong enough on this board to raise for value. Not weak enough to fold. Probably just going to check down, I would expect. Looks like the check down action. Maybe, well, never know with Paul, but yeah, top pair seems like the check down hand.
Also, to be fair to Justin, I don't want to say fair, like credit for, you know, when you're a professional poker player, or maybe I'm calling him out. If you're a poker player playing for high stakes, you do want to live in a safer area, like Pasadena, even, you know, if it's a little costlier, the safety factor is
Hello, king queen.
relevant.
Yeah, I mean, Pasadena with 2 roommates seems like a great balance all around.
As long as they aren't also poker players.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't always end
I guess
bad.
for the most part, I've only ever lived with poker players, like, you know, like temporarily, like Vegas summer houses, like that kind of deal.
And even then, it could get awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, full time does seem like kind of a lot.
That was pretty good.
What's most awkward if there's 3 poker roommates, one's winning, 2 losing, 2 winning, 1 losing, or all 3 losing?
I would say probably
Check.
close between the first 2, I think.
Yes, check.
Maybe 1 loser is the worst, I would say. Just because
I was thinking 2 losers is the worst.
Yeah, that was between that as well. Could be. Either way, yeah, it's definitely some potential resentment building there. I mean, depends on who. Like, obviously, if I was living with someone like Chewy and like one of us is winning, one of us is losing, like, it's whatever, it's fine.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it depends who they are.
No, there's definitely like, you know, run good NV, like just a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
9-9.
Paul with pretty late payoff there.
9-9. That's good.
Believe. Yeah, Perry just defended out of the third blind, so certainly some draws available there.
Dragon, number 6.
I want to see Big Rookie do some more big things to these kids.
Sure.
Justin opens the King Queen. Albie's gonna call. Albie with 2 10s, so pretty strong hand to just call with out of the small there. And he has mostly shown a propensity to just flat these medium hands, which, I mean, you know, reasonable option. Good flop for Albie. Big Rookie looking on. So yeah, Justin checks back. Albie's gonna go for some value and protection, and this should do it. Yeah, Justin on the flop there with no backdoor flush draw or anything. It's, I mean, he still could see bet, but
pretty close to it.
Checking back is very viable.
An honor. Make sure you use the amenities also.
It's actually paying for my girlfriend's HOA.
Jewelry?
Huh?
Her jewelry?
HOA.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, you're too young.
She owns a condo. And I'm just paying for all the expenses for us, basically.
Wow, Justin learning about homeowners associations in real time.
Yeah. Justin paying rent.
For the building.
Oh.
It's okay, Justin. You're your age too.
Thank you. You're gonna laugh when you see what I had.
I think you rebuffed me, didn't you?
We'll see.
I couldn't tell.
It's kind of funny given this conversation.
I think it was a rebuff.
Yeah, what do you do with kings full of 3-7s on the river against someone who doesn't know what an HOA is? Interesting question.
I think it's fine to have bluff there.
Yeah, it's just.
I have like jacks or 10s. It's like.
Yeah, I mean, no,
I'm not very happy.
I will hit a straight king there sometimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I should go for it with the hand I had. I don't know. Maybe.
You know, the older you get, you kind of realize you don't know that much when you're younger, and you're kind of like, you know, turn to older people like, hey, what else do I not know?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely, I feel like especially in 20s, there's just a mentality of like, oh yeah, I'm an adult now, I know a lot. And yeah.
Well, you know, like I kind of watch the phenomena. It's like, you know, you just get out of high school, maybe you're in college, maybe you just started getting independence and having, being ahead of the curve in some things. And then when you get older, you're like, oh, there's a lot more variables to consider.
Yeah, and for me, I grew up like in a pretty small town area in Pennsylvania, and then just, you know, went to college at Cornell and like learned a lot of stuff there. And I'm like, oh yeah, wow, I'm so worldly now.
Yeah.
You know, traveled some.
Then you find out you were in a bubble, and
yeah,
the real world's really tough.
250.
So did you go to college at Jonathan, or just went to Cornell? Just both went to Cornell, or you guys go at the same time?
Yeah, no, so Jonathan Tamayo, he's referencing. Yeah, we did go to Cornell together. So I actually met John. I joined the Cornell Poker Club when I got there.
Yeah.
It's like, way to meet some other poker players. And yeah, John was there. So I met him, and we used to. So I ran a home game my like junior and senior years at my frat house using a table that I got off the Full Tilt store with points. and,
Sick.
Yeah, and then John played like every week. Yeah, I mean, it was like it was 1-2, but it played like as big as like 5-10. Basically.
I believe it. Wasn't he mostly a limit hold'em player back in the day?
Yes.
Because I remember seeing his name on the limit table.
Actually, we used to sometimes add limit hold'em to the mix in the home game too,
That's
and then we would like straddle into the gun and limit hold'em. It was, yeah.
It's funny, the good old days.
Yep.
Boom! Paul James flops it. He can't complain about running bad.
Yeah. Wow. Outflops the King Jack. So sick.
You just got one on Perry, Paul. Come on. No more complaining. He's gonna listen and not be amused. He's like, you having fun at my expense, eh?
Do most of the players watch these all back?
I think so.
Okay.
I tell people, because like people ask me questions all the time, and I just like, look, I'm having commentary with Brian Hastings, like a lot, blah, blah. I'm just like, just listen to 2x speed. There's a lot of stuff in there. That's
wow, 2x speed. That's pretty sick. I'm like a 1.25 guy for most things.
I don't know.
Occasionally I'll do 1.5, but usually that's tough.
Younger people are really impatient, so I just say 2x.
True. No, I'm somewhat impatient, but like once it starts getting to like 1.5, I start like not being able to understand things. So like,
but that's kind of on them. I just say 2x because like I know I don't want to. I'm just like kind of like, because the thing is, if you say 1.25, they're probably not even gonna do it.
Yeah.
Like the only chance I have is like at least 1.5. But if I say 2x, they're more likely to do it.
That's fair.
Like that. Yeah, kind of.
And that's why I add like stuff like questions like, what kind of advice would you give your younger self that you'd actually listen to? Because there's plenty of advice I know I wouldn't listen to.
Of course.
Yeah, no, in general, upping the speed is a nice hack as long as you can handle it.
Yep.
All right, Perry raising ace king. Justin calls with 2 5s in the big blind. Big rookie folds 9-5 suited in the third blind, so bad news for Justin on that front. So queen 9-6 misses both players. In this instance, if Perry bets, he will probably win. And
what a bluff! What a bluff! High level, never seen that one before. So UC San Diego, there's a guy named Aaron Ho. He's a screenwriter, mostly for TV, loves Lilo and Stitch, and wrote for Fresh Off the Boat and other stuff. He was one of the founders of the UC San Diego Poker Society. And now he has the WGA Poker Club, too. So Marie and Ho and I went there. And when I found out the buy-in was $10, I'm like, yeah, no. Because I was already playing online for multitudes more.
That's funny. My sister actually just mentioned the WGA poker group to me because she's a TV writer as well.
Oh, okay. So she's going to be there.
No, she doesn't play herself, but she knows some of the people who play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the buy-in's really small. Maybe you guys can come along and you can introduce the game to her. It's up to you.
Could be fun, yeah.
The thing is, so are you a fan of comedy?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in a Hollywood writers game with a bunch of these like CBS comedy writers and Executive Producer 24 and blah, blah, blah. They are hilarious. The big rookie picks up the ace queen.
Alvy calls, Perry folds, so big rookie in good shape going to the flop.
Very good shape.
And continues to be in good shape as both players pair. Great spot for him. I believe a jack was folded by the third blind as well. So,
well, as we know, there's one jack left. And sometimes it could just appear. Okay.
Bit of a scary board. Yeah, the 8 of diamonds brings some more possibilities. Big rookie.
So you're right.
Comes with the block size.
The numbers are adjusting. It was 2.2%, and 2 jacks would be 4.4.
And 6 is pretty bricky. big rookie, another small bet.
I like it.
In this spot against Albie's exact hand. This is like perfect
Excellent, yeah.
sizing scheme.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think overall it's just totally fine. Especially since like, you know, I think if he bets big, like he's just going to get too many folds in general. People are giving him a lot of credit for hands.
If Albie folds here, it would be very exploitative, and he did. Yeah.
Did.
So
Good-
these
good
like
lay down.
comedy writers are just hilarious, and it's just like it's on another level. Like, you know, I tell jokes here, and people laugh. When I listen to them, I'm just like, this is insane. And when I tell like a good joke and they laugh, I get really insecure because like you know they're just got like hits all over the place. Like they're like, no, it's funny. You know?
I mean, that's a big badge of honor if you tell a joke that gets them laughing.
Yeah, no. And like, yeah, so it's just an experience. And I've asked Doug Polk to come out too, and they're like, welcome, even Garrett. So the story behind that group is there's the player Josh Millett. He's the CEO of Criteria Corp. And he is the CEO of the company that his wife works at. Formerly when he was, they were just dating.
Which tournament?
Okay.
And Josh said that, Josh told Garrett that Josh and I were good friends, and of course Garrett and I know each other. So it was kind of this weird pulling out of, you know, the poker vortex conversation. But yeah, these people, you just meet so many interesting people through poker.
Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, so that's how you got the invite. Is like someone was like a fan of Garrett and like wanted Garrett to come or something.
For who? For me?
This poker group, yeah.
No, I've been with this group for like maybe 15 years.
Oh, okay. How'd you get like linked up with them in the first place?
Because I attempted to to be a screenwriter.
Oh, I didn't
at
know that,
Sunjagger.
actually.
Yeah. Well, it's not like, you know, public,
Probably
not public, but
What's that? First price is nearly 400.
it's really hard, you know. Like after I did well in poker, I'm like, what do I really want to do? Like, how stupid American am I?
I didn't hear. Oh, that's okay.
Like, I don't.
By the way, last hand, Paul, a nice takedown with the 3-bet from the third blind with the Jack-8 suited.
Yeah.
Makes,
Let's see what Justin goes for here. He's also 3-betting in position this time.
Yeah, these guys are opening up.
And
It's
Perry with the pocket pair. He's in.
not going to be pushed around yet.
Perry.
I don't think I'm the bottom of the V-put today.
Justin declares wants his money back from the, you know,
Needs-
Jack-9 off raised torch.
Oh!
Doesn't look like he's going to get his money back here.
Pot's going to blow,
This
doesn't matter how big.
This could be really bad news for Justin. And I don't know how deep Perry is exactly, but I think Justin actually has more than the graphic. Yeah, Perry has probably roughly what the graphic says. Justin goes half pot here. Yeah, it's a pretty,
didn't even think about it.
you know, there's a lot of possibilities on this board. Rainbow, straight draws, kind of a common theme to size up a bit here.
My day, I came here.
And Perry can either choose to raise or call, and he's going to raise. Looks like close to a min raise.
What happened in your day?
500?
What happened in your day?
Just, you know, somebody pushing me around.
I mean, totally fair.
Around and
Sure.
The sizing, like, I mean, still plenty of ability to get
Did you tell them?
stacks in by the river, of course.
Did you tell them?
Oh,
Did you
did
tell
I
them?
tell them?
You didn't like getting pushed around?
No. Call doesn't work.
Yeah,
No,
Justin's
no
gonna
faults
call.
there. Yeah.
Certainly not. All right, 7,500 in the pot.
Why not?
And yeah, Justin, just from eyeballing his stack, I believe has more than 13K.
Oh.
Wow.
That gives Justin some outs.
It does, but it also makes it really
The
hard to
stacks are
ever get away.
committed. Yeah.
I mean, on a brick, or, you know, every brick is different too. If on like a jack, like you can easily not get stacked, but.
Yeah.
Ooh, Perry goes for
Ooh.
check. Very crafty. I mean, honestly, don't love the check here. I think, you know, Justin's going to have overpairs, and we just want to get money in the pot against those. Obviously, against the 10, it's fine. Like, money will go in either way, but... Although, he checks back, yeah. And, yeah, so Perry's... Because of the turn check, he's probably not going to get stacks in here.
So much meta going on.
But, yeah, I think... Right, Justin's pre-flop range has all the overpairs. It's certainly a big part of his range for getting to the turn. So I think we just want to put in money against those instead of letting them have an easy check back. far as on the river, as played, I think he needs to bet. Again, like an overpair is just going to check back this run out, I think. Need to target those. I would probably, I think I'd like something in like the, 6,000 to 9,000 range, maybe.
So part of it is like I've played on camera a lot. The camera doesn't pick up everything, and I do a lot of live read stuff that, I'm gonna make mistakes, but more often than not is correct and exploitative. I've played with Perry. He's definitely of the ilk that does that. So I'm wondering if he caught something during the flop check raise that, hinted that Justin may have a 10.
Interesting.
That would make him more valid. And that's something, when I'm on commentary, I'm able to...
Although one could argue if we think he has a 10, we should just, even more reason to just bet because he's never folding.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, I could see how we would think he's going to bet himself.
Yeah.
But, as Justin, the turn take makes a lot of sense. We're still not really beating value, unless we think he's check raising with, 10-9 on the flop or something.
Yeah.
So... now he goes for the overbet. So, roughly in the range of what I thought. This is not an easy spot for Justin. Again, we don't really beat any value.
Yeah.
So, we need Perry to have a bluff here, basically. Granted, we have a really good bluff catcher, but wouldn't shock me if he found a fold here.
That would be
Good.
Yeah, just think
spicy.
it kind of comes down to that. I don't think we beat any value hands. Even if Perry did check raise flop with 10-9, and I don't think he's betting this size on the river.
6-8.
Well, yeah, I think if we win, I think it's against the bluff.
Yeah.
So really tough spot.
Yep. Justin's in the blender. That we've all been there.
This is like a year's rent.
Yeah.
Bet.
A year. That's less than a year, half a year.
He said 1,100 a month he's paying.
Yeah.
You mean nine months rent?
The pot, you meant.
The bet, the bet. Sorry. The river call decision.
Yeah, and these guys have so many contemporary dynamics outside. It's really hard to, just kind of do blanket objective commentary.
Yep.
And this is when I was active in LA and I was commentating on other streams. We have a GG moment.
Yeah. Also, by the way, just to remind, not that long ago they played that hand where Perry had kings full of 3-7s.
Yes. Yeah.
Justin bluff raised the river and Perry 3-bet. So there's that.
Right.
They kind of talked about Perry was kind of alluding to what he had too after the fact. He was not bluffing, of course. So,
do you think Perry would turn a jack into a bluff here? Jack 9, Jack 8?
Good question. It's an interesting idea for sure. Yeah. Do I think Perry would do it? Probably not. But it's possible. Yeah, it's if I was in Justin's shoes here, I'd be trying to think through what bluffs would I expect to see from Perry here, and it's kind of hard. And honestly, 9-8 got there.
Yeah,
it's the most logical, or most common flop check raise. He pays it off. He does pay it off, but it's a tough one to get away from. King 10's a huge hand on this board, but
yeah, I'm not getting away from it.
Yeah, obviously it's easier to say seeing the cards, but yeah, if I was Justin there, I would just be really trying to think what if I'm winning, what combos do I expect to see, and are those enough to outweigh the value? Which I think pocket 5s and pocket 7s are the obvious value there. 9-8 maybe.
Yeah.
Also, but
totally agree.
So yeah, I need to find like enough combos of bluffs to like kind of balance that. So with the pot odds,
there's also like the complete airball, which Perry is capable of. Okay. I know it's not going to show up that often, but that's something to consider.
Yeah, I think some like the most logical bluff I could think there is something like maybe like a lone 5, like if he check raised the flop with like 6-5 suited or something, just something like that. But it's a little hard to find him in that spot, I think.
I totally agree, but sometimes you got to pay for the sleeping pill.
It's fair. All right, so now we got Justin and Paul probably both somewhat tilted, sitting next to each other.
Sure. And Big Rookie, super chill.
Yeah, Perry just stacking, building castles.
But yeah, like, I've been able to speak in commentary about hands. I've shown you some of my hands that are clearly exploitative. And the stakes are a lot smaller, so it's a lot easier to, like, pull that stuff off. the higher the stakes, like, you know, the more confident the players, the tension's higher, awareness is higher.
Yep, and they're just, you know, better hand readers as well, generally.
Yes.
Like the kind of process I just outlined. Granted, like, you know, obviously I make plenty of mistakes too and pay off rivers that shouldn't. But
Yeah,
like, I'm not saying Justin shouldn't have paid off in that spot. I'm just saying these are the things I'm thinking through in a river spot like that.
Yeah, I've folded hands like that, Justin. But my default is to like even thinking things through and knowing Perry's competency and potentially, you know, it's like my minor default is the call.
I think mine is too, and I've at least recently I've outlined that as like something that has been a flaw in my game, at least in the games I've been playing.
Yeah.
So I've been like actively trying to like realize that bias of mine to like want to call and like correct it the other direction a bit.
I've definitely, you know, with the overbets, like in the smaller games, overbets are for value. But like 25-50 is a real strange zone. Plus, they're playing on camera.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Perry play enough to really know. I trust your judgment there. I mean, certainly, you know, if I've seen Paul play more. Like, if that spot was against Paul, like, yeah, I'm not folding King 10. Like, but, yeah, I just don't know with Perry.
Perry with the late night rally. Big rookie climbing out of the hole.
Yep. Justin now stuck the second most still. Paul still the biggest loser at the moment. Yeah, it can be very spot dependent too. Like
Very
there's
spot
some river spots that I think get, you know, bluffed enough or even over bluffed. Plenty of other ones that I think get under bluffed.
Sure. And I don't know if this is the case for you, because like, you know, obviously the lower the stakes play, the more casual the feel is, and then the higher stakes, generally there's more tension, which changes the context of, you know, how people play. And there is some scared money element to it, but it's more the tension that I feel like that causes people to, you know, necessarily play not what they're used to, or you know, pulling the trigger in high stakes is a lot different than, you know, mid stakes or mid high stakes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the people playing high stakes, like at least on average, are just more capable of finding like a creative bluff or something too. And then if you're in the position of trying to bluff catch, that's in your mind. Like,
Yes, yeah.
you know, at lower stakes, sometimes you can just be really confident that this player is just not bluffing.
Always,
like,
always value.
So like, yeah, that's less often the case at higher stakes.
Right.
Albie with a set of kings. Paul with turned gutter now. We did not catch the pre-flop action. I would assume Albie 3-bet and then checked flop. Flop check does seem a little suspicious on this board to me after 3-betting pre-flop, but yeah, it's generally not much.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
So well, Paul, I mean, oh yes, because Paul, you know,
Paul feels the gutter, and yeah, he will not be able to complain the rest of the night after this one. Wow.
So a little.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be bet half pot on the turn, and Paul peeled it too. Ooh, how big does Paul go here?
1600.
I mean, all in seems excessive to me. Well, is it?
I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know. I'm going to defer to you.
Yeah, I mean, going to the river, the pot was like 4K here.
Because the thing is, like, if you're going to 4x...
No, I don't think it's excessive, actually. I think he can just jam.
Yeah, I think if he's going to 4x, he might as well jam.
I think if he had a hand like Jack 10, I think it would be a pretty sweet bluff for all
Right, yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, the time chip.
Yep.
The time chip.
He's thinking. He's thinking about the mirage.
Yeah.
He's also thinking about the sizing, I would assume. But yeah, I think all in's it, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. The funny thing is when you do this whole acting job and then rip it and you get a snap call and it's a chop, you're just like, oh, I just wasted all this energy acting. I think Alvy's just gonna have to call, even do a jam.
Yeah, I mean, Paul can just have an underset even for
or 2-pair. You know, it's like
okay, looks like he raised less though.
Okay, and obviously easier for us to say we see Alvy's hand, but
yeah, I mean, Paul. Now, still very big raise.
It's huge. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Alvy's decision now is going to be call or jam. Certainly not folding.
I was thinking that if Paul was going for a 4x, then he might as well go bigger, because if the 4x is getting called, then the bigger one's likely getting called. But man, kudos to these guys. It's just there honestly have been a lot of tough hands where I don't know what I would have done.
Okay, it does make the call. So good job by Alvy of not losing at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul. Obviously, if Paul could see his cards, he'd be all in.
Yeah.
But he's also trying to weigh like, oh, if Alvy just has like aces or ace king, like how much will he pay off, that kind of thing.
Right.
Nice hand, Paul.
Too much.
There you go.
So this is how much of a fun player Phil Locke is. He takes down a big tournament for 380,000 and then comes to live at the Commerce.
Who loves it more?
I know. Who loves him more? Definitely not me or Brian.
Well, I mean, that said, it does seem pretty fun to like win a tournament and then just show up at this game and brag to everybody else at the table about winning the tournament. We're here at Bally Poker, live at the Commerce.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phil Locke, fresh off this tournament win, about to show up and get in the game. And yeah, right now we've had a lot of recent action. Yeah, Paul basically getting nearly almost all unstuck by hitting a gutter there on the river. So after complaining earlier in the session about never having the best hand, he winded in there by getting the best hand in quite a spot to do it. Definitely a savvy live poker move, as many would know. So I'll be playing a 3,000 now. Wakes up with kings again. A little bit of PTSD potential with that. Paul seeing a flop. And, well, Alvy might have a shot to double here. Depends how... Oh, yeah, depends. Oh yeah, he goes for check. Let's see if Paul stabs. Definitely like mixing some checks here. And Paul turns a gutter as well to go along with his pair of eights. And, oh, Alvy just bets 1,000, which I like. I think, yeah, I mean, Paul seems to have too much hand to go anywhere yet. Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow. That's a pretty sick fold by Paul.
That's why I don't play kings.
Saving all the coolers for the last hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
God. Could have made the thickest fold.
Phil Locke's coming, and he
Big 10.
wants announcements of some of the hands of the final table.
You're not supposed to fold.
Five-handed, he has ace-6 suited. He's against kings. No problem.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to.
Phil Locke has 10s against kings. No problem. Phil Locke has 6s against ace-jack. That spiked the ace. No problem. That's what it takes to win tournaments.
Indeed, yes. Show me a player who has won a tournament without getting lucky.
Yeah, because like the tournaments I win, I didn't do anything. Or I mean, you know what I mean. Like a percentage of the tournaments.
No, I hear you.
I didn't do anything.
I hear you. It's really funny. Like when you're running bad at tournaments and you just think like, oh, I must be doing something wrong.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
actually,
you win one and it's just like, oh no, I just like sucked out in 3 important spots and won 3 flips in important spots. And
or just like cooler to the other guy. Like.
But yeah, I mean, the goal is still just focus on your decisions, make the best decisions you can.
Yeah.
Let the cards fall where they may. But good to see Phil Locke on the upswing of that.
Yeah.
Positive variance. Congrats, Phil.
Congrats. And we're going to see $380,050 not be at the table, but.
Yeah, like my little tournament online last night that I got third in. I mean, with like 9 left, I got it in with ace-8 against queens and just rivered an ace. And yeah.
It's a skill game.
I mean.
It's a skill game, Brian.
You got to do it.
Perry taking it down with the
Flush draw.
The semi-bluff. So cool.
Betting on the come.
Yeah, betting on the come. Yeah. That's what the old school guys called it. And we're like, oh my God, that's so cool.
I was thinking earlier when you were talking about like changing gears, how Super System had like a chapter on that, I believe.
Oh, it's been a while, but I definitely read it at least twice.
Yeah, it was like I read it very early. Like, I mean, I was for sure in high school when I read Super System. Like, probably the first year I was playing poker. Congrats, Phil Luck. Congrats, Phil Luck. Let's go.
Phil just walked in. He's like, I did a Brian Hastings. I did a Brian Hastings.
Phil Luck is fired up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. So earlier, I got a call, and I told Brian, I muted myself. I'm like, I got to take this. And then Phil's like, I'm coming. And I'm like, oh, you must have busted. How wrong was I?
Yeah, it's so funny for him to just say that and not mention the result. It's classic.
Yeah, it's, you know.
Albie takes down a small pot there. Yeah, he hasn't reloaded, so I'll be playing the short stack now.
But that's the the slow roll of friends, especially Phil Lock style. It's like I don't want to say, oh, what place did you get? He doesn't want.
Right. Yeah, the other person's not going to ask because it's like it just feels awkward to do that.
Terrible.
So,
yeah. If they want to vent a bad beat story, then I'll ask. But you obviously like second through fifth are great finishes, but when you're there getting second to fifth, all you can think about is how you busted and didn't get first.
Yeah, I mean it depends. I feel like some tournaments it's been like that for me, and then others it's been like, oh, I got exceedingly lucky to even get to that point. Yeah. So it just felt like a free roll at that point.
I'm projecting.
Yeah. Like last night, I got third, and I just felt like, I was lucky to be there. So it's a great result.
Alvy is 51%, but Paul Heiser with the easier to play hand.
Wayne said he canceled.
Yeah, interesting. Again, remember Alvy is short here, has like about 3K in front of him. He just folds. Pretty close spot there. A little snug, I would say, to fold that hand, but had a diamond as well.
So, are you too proud to grind free rolls? I'm just being serious trivia question.
Maybe. What's up?
Oh no, because like a high stakes player and who's active now, he like slammed me like Wayne's playing like free rolls in this equity tournaments. I'm like, I'm multitasking.
I guess it depends on how good the free roll is. I don't know.
Oh, they're not very good, but like I still try. I win $100 off a free roll.
Okay.
But I'm multitasking, so it's like once you.
It's actually.
I'd like with the prize pool, it's a small prize pool, but it's like you have to normally pay for these things,
Actually, so before I ever got started like depositing online, playing online poker, I played on this site called Bugsy's Club that had free rolls.
That's hilarious.
That was my start. I forget if I ever actually won anything on there. Like maybe I won like $5 or something. I don't know. So definitely wasn't anything much, but that's what I would do before I started like playing for money on like Ultimate Bet was go home and play from high school and play free rolls on Bugsy's Club.
Hey, you got to get your practice in, man. You can't just jump in like where they respect your raises.
They definitely did not respect the raises there. Yeah,
it's a good place to be.
Nor did they in the low stakes real money games on UB.
Oh man, what a period in history.
Yeah, just remember, like my high school math teacher who like mentored me in poker. Just his system was basically he played 5-10 full ring on UB.
Oh wow!
And all he did was just like play tight, like play good cards,
rake in the chips. Yeah. That's
like
what I did on
set mine, and then just like break when you made a set. Like
that's what I did on Hollywood Poker.
Yeah.
And there's like huge exploits with the regs, like they were playing for a living, but if they like double barreled. They were like going for it, so I'm like, okay, I can just safely fold some hands.
I think it made you happy.
That would have worked poorly against me. I was just like 3-barreling bluffs like against everybody.
Well, like it's the
because it was the opposite exploit. I'm like, flop comes ace high. I know they're not like calling 3 barrels without like ace queen or better. So let's go.
Every field's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul muttering about poker politics. I've been, when I started getting shut out in live games. It's like 12 years ago. I'm like, all right,
Kimchi pancake.
gotta make changes.
The Galbi beef.
Big rookie with a pretty snug just call here in the middle blind with ace queen.
Get him to say cunt.
I think I like ISOing there. Oof. And yeah, not going to work out too well for him as Justin flops trips with a hand that would have folded to a 3-bet. Big rookie hasn't seemed too keen to continue with just overcards today.
You know, it's really cool that like big rookies imbalanced play just like can work out so well in certain places, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, some places it sucks, but like, you know, he avoids, he dodges atomic bombs with some of his.
Yeah, right. The way like certain hands play out, like
Yeah.
like, well, I mean, in that hand again, if he threw
Not
that 3 flop,
that,
he would have
yeah.
won. But like,
But other hands,
but still,
we've
like
seen,
like
yeah.
given as played, seeing the flop, the fact that he like folds the flop there just saves him all these chips. Versus, you know, I would definitely never fold the flop there. But yeah, in general, I think with just some of these just calls and flop folds and stuff, it's gonna get run over if doing too much of that. See what Paul wants to do from the big blind here. Just a call. Battle of the King Jacks. Justin has clubs, and clubs are activated. Goes for half pot. Falls out. So better King Jack wins.
Rookie, you got to play a hand in a minute. Come on. You got to play a hand in a minute.
I got to what?
You've got to play one hand in a minute.
Okay.
Just one. Come on.
Before the...
Come on. Yeah.
I promise.
Come on. Just
One hand before
Be a
the
little
end.
bit fair. Be a little bit fair to us.
Ah, damn it. Do these connectors. I can't play those.
Chop.
Fuck off.
Paul with the fake offer of a chop, as any good live cash player has, or more of a live tournament thing actually that it comes up, the chop joke.
You go player.
That time I actually had it. It's the only time I've had it all day.
It's like one situation like
I've had it.
around 10 years ago.
Can't call.
I
The only time I've had it all day.
it was after I busted, but then
Yeah.
there was a
Yeah,
mixed
during
game,
the 20K pot.
and Brian Kim's like, "Yo, there's a mixed game,"
Fair.
and I'm like,
Fair. I just hit a lucky gut shot.
"Okay,"
Yeah, going right.
because it's a big one. I'm like, "Yeah, what are you telling me?" He's like,
Never enough for you.
"I'll bite whatever action."
Ah.
I'm just like, "No, I'm just
Just for TV.
like I found out how this thing is like when people buy action and they're I just feel guilty when I lose.
6-4-3. We checked.
I mean, if that's just like what you're feeling, then that's totally valid. But
But then,
yeah, having been in the position of the like action buyer, I mean, certainly with like someone like Brian who obviously knows poker.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's different if it's someone who's like has money but doesn't really know the game or what variance or whatever.
No, I know he wouldn't, and he wouldn't even offer, and just like it just like it's okay actually short term, but then like if I start like losing, it starts like piling on, and
it's not give you action. If
I just definitively say it.
I guess it depends on the arrangement too.
Yeah,
But if it's just like
yeah.
one session, he's just like you get
Gamble,
X percent, like whatever, win or lose. But
Move something. Go
yeah.
Come on.
That does remind me of the story told last week of Scott Seaver when he first started. It was like Ike sent him $1,000 to play $200 sit and goes. And he lost the first one, and he felt so guilty about it that he didn't play anymore.
Yeah.
He just like sent the rest of the money back, and yeah. Yeah, big rookie with an exceedingly tight flat here. Does have the best hand still. See if anybody wants to stab. I have a feeling Paul's going to do it, but we'll see. Yep, here he goes. Well, big rookie call this time. He's been very snug in these spots. Ball size is up a little bit too, a bit over half. But big rookie's not folding yet this time. Paul was also recently needling big rookie about playing a hand once in a while. So
Yeah.
oh, big rookie makes a little comment when checking. Paul's not going to be happy to see that.
Big rookie must be up now.
Some of us are losing here, man. Why are you not free betting your hand?
And
Please.
he's having a great time. Love to see it.
It's not fair to the people that are stuck.
Paul just won like a 20K pot. I mean, he is, I think, still stuck a little bit, but
He's fucking laughing.
He's not going to give a dime.
I think a bit tongue-in-cheek as well.
So we're going to have to pry it off your cold dead.
Oh, my dead.
Tight is right.
It's especially funny for after we've seen Big Rookie make folds in like similar spots several times, just against Paul being like, nope, not folding this one when you have 9 high.
We're not getting it back up.
This ain't your average OMC.
Love contrasting those expressions there as you see the ace king off table.
Oh, fucking hell.
And Barry's laughing too.
I mean, it is all very funny.
Ace high, any good?
Yep.
Ooh, it's telling the truth.
Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Usually that's a while folding thing to say that, but
Yeah.
Paul going out on a limb. Yeah. Now Perry, of course, feels compelled to try to bluff and show that ace high is good. Went really small on the turn though. Interesting card.
Yeah.
If he's being truthful about the ace high thing, then the king is not usually good for him. Unless he has spades or ace king. Oh yeah, Perry goes for a bet.
So
Can Paul find a call here? I mean, nope.
no.
Show that one, Perry.
Like I said, Perry's capable of dry bluffs.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
So earlier,
Still not quite equivalent to a 10K into 7K river bet or whatever
yeah,
it was, but
Where do you want, buddy?
there he is.
whoa, the man, the myth, the legend,
The champ is here.
tournament winner,
Can you pull, let's see,
cherry bomber,
four cards out, 1 through 4.
significant other of Jennifer Tilly.
Just sit over there, Phil. Okay. Phil, how much did you win?
See now.
$380,050.
Wow.
What? For fifth?
I got first.
Okay.
You got first?
See?
Nice.
That's an excellent T-shirt for
You said it 3
poker.
times. He won it.
I might not have won it.
Where did you come? First place. Yeah, he won it. He won.
Well, congratulations regardless.
Congratulations, Phil.
I'll take it again. Oh, is it free or it costs money?
Free for you, mate.
Free? I'll do it.
Celebrity appearance. It's free. It doesn't have to post.
As long as you splash around a little bit, I'll actually play some hands. Don't just sit here to have your chest out.
Paul has given the play hands warning.
I'm going to get a mic.
Yeah, that's right.
I got to just throw it away and put the mic in. Let me.
2, 3, 4.
Did you win the tournament here? Where? Oh, at the bike.
Another ace king.
Ooh.
Ace king versus ace king confrontation. Definitely going to be a 3-bet from Paul.
6, 12, 50.
So this is first position, which I think Phil was dealt in, so that would make it like the hijack versus the third blind.
Yeah.
Justin can proceed either way here.
Wait, no. Cut off.
Well, I think Phil.
Oh,
got
Phil was dealt in.
I believe.
Phil-
Either way, first position, whatever it is.
Okay.
If Phil was dealt in, it was six-handed with 3 blinds.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh, you're right.
So yeah, either way would be fine. Certainly, Paul has been much more aggressive 3-betting out of the 3rd blind than anybody else.
Yep.
8, 9.
And that is a real
Justin
hand.
does go for the raise. Pretty, and again, yeah, but interesting decision for Paul too. Definitely don't think he's folding. Yeah, I think it's a jam or a call decision. And close. Yeah, I think out of position. I mean, assuming he's giving Justin credit for having some bluffs and such. I think I just like jamming. In position, I would lean toward calling.
He got heads up, and I was like, I was thinking, oh.
Yeah, he's all in.
In Alberta. We went up there, studying whatever. I was like,
Yeah, Justin, not super fun to call, but I think he must call.
sure.
Yeah.
Sir, have we gambled? What's your name?
Ali.
Ali.
Alvi.
Alvi?
Not Alvin. Alvi.
Albi?
One of us is either going to win
Alvin.
it today,
Cool,
or one
good
of
to
us is
meet
going
you.
to lose it.
Cool.
So
All right.
go to their
He couldn't afford the answer.
Alvin couldn't afford
Big
that,
Ricky's got jokes.
Didn't play too much cards.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if you're Justin and like this, the spot's no fun, but I think you just kind of have to put it in if you're going to 4-bet,
Jams are great because they're just fucking.
especially against Paul.
What if it's your case money?
You know, maybe get the roommates to put up next month. I don't know. I like how emotive Paul is, just all the time.
Put away.
It's
I
fun.
had a winner's photo. It was great. I had Queen 9, came Queen, and then a 9, and I check called these streets. On the river, he bluffed all in. I called.
Oh.
Did no deals. I did no deals.
Which one he wants him to go?
I'll just count.
Probably only half an hour left, but that's cool. Yeah.
Go ahead. I call.
Bro, 380. 380 and $50. That was the price.
Ace king? Me too.
No deal.
Just chop it free.
Surreal.
I'll treat or serious.
Don't forget in the booth, tell them I got it all in wrong. Ace 6 of spades against kings and I sucked out. Tens
GG moment.
GG moment. Battle of the Ace Kings. I believe one of them has 2 flush draws I saw.
on the river after.
So very slight edge. Yeah, Justin has a slight 51-49 edge here with 2 live suits.
Ace 6.
And that's Paul actually is the one with the backdoor flush draw now.
Sickness on the button, so it's like whatever. 15. I had 15 bigs. Put it in. Let's see what happens.
Not gonna make it.
Okay. Big.
Chop it up.
You guys are okay. I'm in the wrong game. I want to play with the guys that only do that with sets and straights.
Congratulations, Phil. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm in the Paul James Club.
You are, aren't you?
Win things 670 buy-ins. 'Cause I bought it for 560.
Well done. Who came second?
Sammy. Real name in my phone.
Oh, what, the French guy?
No,
Semi Beshad.
I have to look at my phone to see his last
He's
name.
like dark skinned with a short cropped hair.
He's Persian,
Yes.
speaks Farsi, is
He's French, maybe, I know.
Big Rookie, who was down quite a bit in the beginning, made a late night rally. Perry, big winner. Kings full of 7s, a lot above the rim plays by everybody. This is a stream to learn and watch. We got Brian Hastings, 6-time World Series poker bracelet winner. Run It Once coach, Octopi. Affiliate with Octopi, I need to find out what he does for them. There's Phil Locke. He was a little late because he just won a big tournament, and now he's seated to play. We're at Bally Live Poker live at the Commerce. Tune in for our No Limit Hold'em series coming up in Commerce. It's already started, I believe, and then the main event, which might be broadcast here, will have a 300K guaranteed.
Can I straddle? Straddle.
We're all doing straddle. We're all doing 25, 50, 100.
Okay, that's part of the structure. So
Yeah.
I could have straddled last time.
Yeah.
It would have been a straddle.
Oh, so you win a
Oh, wait, no,
tournament
25.
and you're going
It's
to push this all
25-50,
around, right?
It's a straddle, yeah.
Don't lose it all back here. Well, that's just to me.
Have we gambled?
I don't think we played
What's your
together.
name?
Justin.
Justin Phil.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Actually, I think we may have played a tournament, like during
Something like that.
the circuit.
I've seen your face on social media, so I know that you're like in social media, but I can't remember. Like, did you shoot somebody or did you win $1 billion?
No.
I don't know.
Neither of those. Neither of those. I think you've commentated on one of the streams I played. Maybe that's how you recognize me.
So you bet 250. So if I call, I do that and get changed. Just
He's asked for some chip.
Brown.
Justin Brown.
Nice to
From
meet
Texas?
you.
Are you from Texas? No.
Good luck in the action here.
Local.
And he outflops Perry.
Jen.
But we haven't played out there either, right?
He's a local rock.
In cash, I don't think so. But we played a tournament. Once before.
I'm going to bluff 400. Is it okay to tell your opponent what you're doing?
Doesn't seem like a bluff, but
It's not. I have an ace.
nice hand.
You still got it.
So what did you actually get? Fifth? Fourth?
First place.
You won it.
380,000 in
Has the table unconvinced that he actually won the tournament?
Yeah, I can't help. If I'm in a casino, my tendency is to troll, lie, and BS. Like I just instantly feel like, oh, did you win? No, I got 8. I don't know. That's
Phil's the best commentator.
I'm a broken soul, so I don't. But like, I'll just tell you the truth. I did actually win. Yeah.
Phil, I only like watching the stream when you're commentating. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
You like that?
I only like watching the stream when you're commentating. I like,
thank
I
you.
like your commentary.
It's fun to commentate. It almost puts you in the flow of the Matrix a little more.
That's why I like that, yeah. The Matrix, yeah. So I like it when
I agree. I like Phil's commentary as well.
he talks about the Matrix.
I know.
Ooh, 1,200. It's really fun commentating though, because when you get L.
And Paul and Justin going to battle again. Paul with the light button open and Justin with a light 3-bet from the small blind. Let's see if Paul can find a continue here. Would be pretty speculative.
It's that time of the stream.
Like, in the olden days, you'd bet, and then a guy would call, and the guy.
I mean, I guess you can always 4-bet.
2024, no. It's okay. Yeah.
And he's out. Yeah, it's
ethanol in there. Oh, I got a 684 booster triple jack. I got. That's what poker's become. It's like who's
gotta love the energy Phil Locke has right now.
Yeah.
titanium.
Need more of that.
Master, whatever it's called, your fiberglass, whatever. Because they're going so fast, you have to hit the water and be able to, not smash the boat. So
Phil, you lost your plot, mate. You lost it.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I listened to the
I don't think I know. I'm just saying
There were
more question
words
now than
and
there was
they-
20 years ago. That's the Reader's Digest compressed version. People
And
more-
Perry, who is not stuck, folds the 7-5 suited in the hijack.
Oh,
like
that's
35.
the play you make when you're not stuck.
Justin opens it up on the button. Good deck read on the spades being covered by Perry. Albie appears to have reloaded some chips, or he calls with 4-3 of clubs. Ooh, and what a flop for 4-3 of clubs it is.
Yeah.
I don't think he actually has reloaded. I think the graphic is just way off.
Myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So, given that, I would expect certainly a check
You're right.
raise. Yeah, it looks like he has about 2,800 behind.
It was Nick Schulman.
Ooh, he
said
just
this-
comes with call anyway. Very interesting.
Somebody made a fold that was impossible, but it was correct. And Nick Schulman.
So
said
Justin's ace high
the favorite.
is a favorite on the turn here.
one line
He's unconscious.
to explain this fold. It was impossible. You just don't fold kings in this spot, but he did, and it was right. I don't remember that.
All right,
but I
well,
remember Nick Schulman
Let's
fold.
see if Albie
He is
is going to try to win the pot or is just going to give up.
He's the best. for commentating.
He gives
He
up.
gives up. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Fucking good player.
Misses low draw too.
See his
Yeah,
cards when he
Justin
plays
is,
stream, but
I'm
if
sure,
you watch
considering bluffing his own hand.
It's just great. It's like
Probably not thinking of much hope of winning with the check.
Big rookie. Why don't you?
Yeah, I think
Ace King.
makes sense. I mean, yeah, I think Justin is just trying to target like a 5,
big
Yeah,
rookie,
or
you have to give
like
it
a pair.
represent a queen mostly.
Me and Paul are 5-betting each other, getting in
Fucking doing our
there.
stuff. You're actually just as bad, to be fair. I fucking 5-bet jam 5-4 suited, and you 4-bet tanked off Ace King.
It's the UTG versus big blind.
It's cut off, man. You're in a cut off. Button, small blind, big blind thing. You're in a cut off.
No,
Paul just said he 5-bet jammed 5-4 suited, so maybe that 5-2 off graphic hand could maybe he had that.
Be careful because it's all recorded,
how
right?
much? It's recorded.
Oh, whatever, man.
I'll do.
This is the Spider-Man's pointing at each other. No, you're the net.
I mean, I'm sure Paul will be happy that the video will go down as him just having 5 deuce off.
Sure,
Though.
yeah.
It's definitely good advertising.
Yeah.
130 blind.
Talking poker politics, yeah. Just
Yeah.
show anybody that clip if they're like, oh, I don't know if I want you in my game.
Yeah.
2024. Paul, they really do.
Yeah. What, L, in this hand?
Oh, I think Albie just said he has 5,000 behind, so perhaps that checks out with the graphic then.
Oh yeah, because you need to get a chip runner.
Okay.
Makes no difference.
Yeah. I don't know.
Both players whiff.
I'll think about it for a second.
Definitely favoring Paul here.
No problem.
Small bet gets it done.
And then if I go home tonight, I can find out what you had.
Phil,
That's part of
how does it feel to be 384k richer?
$380,050. Yes.
I got a question.
It feels so good, bro.
Phil, I got a question for you.
I have the answer.
You're married to Jennifer Lee?
We're just living in sin and being in love.
Yeah. You're not married, are you?
Nope. Not
You're
married.
together.
You know the famous comedian, he goes, hey, to the
Phil.
guy in the audience, are you married
Phil.
or happy? You know?
Okay, you're doing the happy thing. That's nice. That's nice. You've known each other for a long time.
20 years living in sin and maybe like 21 years knowing each other, something like that.
How long living in sin?
I would be curious to know more about like how they met and all that.
Oh, you don't know?
No.
So he,
Sin 20 years.
I think it was a Bellagio, the first time he asked her out, and she's like, why don't you give me your number and I'll call you? And then nothing happened. And the second time, Phil
Hey, are you happy or are you married?
did it again, and he said, how about I get your number, because if I give you my number, there is a 14% chance you call me, but if you give me your number, there's a 100% chance I call you.
That's pretty good.
And yeah, exactly, and boom, the rest is kind of history.
Yeah. Wow.
I know a little bit more insight, but like whatever. That's their story.
Props to Phil for just meeting her at the Bellagio and being like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. You're like, yeah. You wanna go out, Jennifer Tilly?
Yeah. Jay Till, she's super sweet, and like, you know, we've had meals, chats, and
Nice.
stuff.
Yeah, I don't know her super well. I've met her like maybe once or twice, just
Yeah.
like kind of in passing. But I've heard that from a lot of people though.
Just very, very sweet. Yeah.
So Paul is perhaps considering thin value here. Indeed, yeah, it was check called flop, check turn, going for thin value and against the exact hand that's
Yeah.
targeting. but
Ooh.
Good fold by Justin.
Yeah.
When I go home tonight, I'm going to look that hand up. Just let me know. It's going to be in my head soon. Probably 6 hours and it'll be in my head. It's in your head now. It's in those two guys' head in 30 minutes. And it will be in whoever's head wants in 30. And in 5, mine. If you watch these things afterwards, it's so time consuming.
I do watch.
So much problem.
I put it on 2x speed and
There it is, 2x speed.
You have 10 or 15 seconds for your problem.
10.
You have 10? I've experimented 10 and 15. I'm back
you
to
can do
10 now.
15?
Yeah, you can
Sometimes
pick the
15's
amount of seconds. You can do
sometimes
15's
it's
too
big.
much.
15's
Right.
too much.
All right, Phil, let me continue with my line of questioning. Why did you never get married?
Because we decided to be happy. I think. Isn't that what happens? 50% of marriages end in divorce. Why not just skip the divorce part and stay happily ever? You know? It's like, I don't know. It's a lot of paperwork. You gotta coordinate things. You gotta invite people to a place. Invoke rituals. It's like a lot of stuff. You know?
Oh, that's how you play 5-4 suited.
Wow. Well, Paul had it.
It's not over yet, but
Paul had won a nice spot with the river gut shot, but
Feels like
might be talking after this one again.
I realized I came into.
I mean, there's a lot of ways for him to recover.
Actually, the first like 4 hours.
He's going for raise too,
Ooh.
which
Like an hour of.
totally valid play, by the way. Albie's raising the button. Yeah, I mean, this is good enough to sometimes raise for sure.
More fours, actual hand,
Me and Alvy.
diamonds.
Albie got hurt.
Cleans up equity a lot too. Like say Albie has king queen with a club, like he might just fold right now.
Yeah, he's on his comeback.
Look at Perry. He's like all swagged out.
I don't think so. What's your name? Perry. Perry, until you're not.
I like that intro. Have we gambled before?
But you got the mind
So
of a
good.
lawyer. I can see that.
Think so?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
You got the squared away look of a lawyer, I'll tell you that.
Wow, I did not have that read.
You could just get the past the bar, no problem. So what was the name again?
Perry.
Perry. That's right, Perry Mason.
So, yeah. Oh, Albie shoved. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought he had done something. I just couldn't tell what.
She never took the bar, and she's a lawyer.
Just like 6.5K.
Prosecutor in Washington.
Yep.
To be a prosecutor in Washington, you
Yeah, not a fun spot for Paul.
But she never.
We've seen Albie be passive with draws in other spots as well.
shouldn't be saying this. It could, like, backfire.
It was during COVID, and that was her graduating class, and she went to the Supreme Court in Washington and said I should not be forced to be in a room with people for 3 days.
Oh, my God.
And so everybody in her class was
Sign a petition to move
yeah,
the idea
was
forward, and
written
it
in.
happened?
Yes. Now that's the kind of lawyer you want.
Yeah, that's tight. Oh, that's super tight. Tell her gangster. They told us gangster.
And now she's a prosecutor.
That's so sweet.
I know players have varying level of comfort with Paul has a big decision right now, and I know the table talk can sometimes be impediment, but again, really varies. Some players really don't care.
So on Earth, in the United States, how many people can say they're practicing law without passing the bar? Just like a class of 80 or whatever it was?
Whatever it is, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
Yeah, very not a fun spot here for Paul.
So you can just say that you're practicing law and like not actually pass the bar?
It was a little window of some people that
Yeah, I
graduated.
mean, shove is
Oh, okay.
kind of a lot of chips too. I mean,
Graduated.
not that Albie is super deep, but
This is where I would
it's a big raise relative to the size of the pot.
try and find your. I'd look at your Twitter. Yeah, I've seen your face.
He does call, and he's not going to be happy to see
3 days.
Albie's hand.
With the
I think you
COVID
probably just recognize me from
Like even one other consideration as Paul here is like even if Albie has like kings through nines, we have the ace as an out as well, and
I guess-
plus the
Yeah.
backdoor diamonds. So
Five outs plus
yeah,
5%.
it's rough against the four.
play together.
Okay, cool. Well, good to meet
It's a
you.
good school.
Pleasure.
It's funny,
Paul needs an 8.
you do learn when you watch
The booth, yes.
7 people continuously.
Not gonna get it.
See all the cards.
Paul having a rough one.
Yeah,
Of 4.
nice recovery for Albie there after
Albie had a
being on the wrong end of the kings versus queen 10 river spot against Paul.
And the Lord
Gets his chips back, most of them anyway.
When's the last time you won the tournament? That's how it comes
like
again.
1903 or something. Look at my hand in the.
Must
The
have been
last
good.
time I played Ace Queen, that's when you won.
This was my biggest win in lifetime. Yeah, I've won things that were for whatever, but like
Have you had a
250.
bigger cash game win than this?
Yes, I did see this is Phil Locke's biggest career tournament score.
Tournament.
Congrats to him.
A couple 250s and then a 220. So this
Nice.
but this is the most multiple.
I think my biggest is also very close to what he just cashed for.
He's finally a pro.
Created 640 multiple. So the number of finds that I.
Yeah.
You guys are pros. My biggest one's 11K.
Yeah. Did you,
Well, you have to play the tournaments to win them or cash them.
Hey, I'm trying to be the Spider-Man pointing it at you guys, so.
yeah.
Shouldn't you want
So wait, so you played the 10K08 and your biggest cash is 11K.
Yeah, because I busted the 10K08.
I came in on the.
Well, I know, but
Oh, yeah.
back of my network practically. You know?
Yeah, 560 to 380 is impressive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure,
It's like
like
the way to
live
do it. It's more
poker,
fun.
Yeah.
I'm down. Like,
What are we trying to figure
you
out?
know,
That's what.
my hidden mob says I'm positive, but I'm down.
Well,
Living out of the car down at the beach. Like,
yeah,
you
hidden mob.
We get
Biggest
Not,
fluffer.
let's not count the buy-ins.
Sometimes the guys would leave an old coffee.
Hey.
We get it before it's too hot, too cold for me. Get like a third of a coffee. Somebody else, you know, the people.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see a ledger where everybody's
Negative.
net profit is tracked.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Shark Scope and
Is that
table game, poker table ratings.
Yeah. Like the chainsaw tracker. I don't know if you're
I
familiar.
know of it. Is it negative?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I assume so, but
Yeah, you know, every once in a while, Alan will be tweeting about something, and they'll just respond with some like, or just a post like, oh yeah, here's Alan's WSOP so far, and
how disliked do you have to be to have somebody track your losses?
I think it started because he welcomed the idea because people were criticizing his play or something.
Okay.
And he's like, oh well, someone, you know, I'm a good player, someone should track my results, and then this person's like, okay, I'm gonna do it.
He
2 years ago, I thought.
he had me bubbled. I was a chip leader,
I'm gonna win something.
5-handed in an 08 tournament,
So what I did is I went on to Amazon.
and
build your own T-shirt, and I had them build this.
I had a real hand,
It's always
and he just
like
woke up
hard.
with
Every,
aces,
like,
and
the last
they
day
held.
of the tournament. Finally got the-
Nothing you don't know, but it just hurt extra, you know,
No,
because it's like you just don't expect it. He had like nothing left.
Yeah.
He had shreds, he had crumbs, and just woke up with aces, and then
As usual.
yeah.
on hold for 2 years.
I mean, to me, you haven't fired.
Oh my God, counterfeit.
Yeah, big rookie with the best hand now. So now, yeah, does Perry feel compelled to bluff with basically the nut low?
Left the house in 5 years. Not
Certainly an
really,
argument for that.
But I kind of didn't play much for 5 years. So
That said, after checking back the turn, it can be a little hard to rep stuff, possibly.
you know,
He doesn't do it.
He waves a white flag.
That was a great play by Perry, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it was going to work, but,
I don't know what Perry would have to bet. I think a 3K bet might.
What's he doing? Making moves.
That's the threshold that big rookie would consider folding.
yeah. Like you're basically repping that you just check back like a mid pair for pot control, or that you have a 10 and you check that back and now you're bombing it. So it's a little tough.
there's like
Yeah, those spots can always be kind of tricky. It's like I know I'm like kind of supposed to bluff, but
She's in the filming.
yeah,
Got it.
I think they're wrapping this week.
Shout out to our whole crew, headed by Brian Arakaki, handsome man. We've been working with him for like 10 years. Just a pleasure. Probably count the arguments we've had on one hand.
wow.
You don't see it often in these casinos anymore.
Right now?
Come on, Barry, I limp.
Basically just
Double limp. This is double limp city right here.
And no one ever shows you any hand, but fucking once every solar eclipse.
Shoot.
It's boring, isn't it? It's boring. When I used to be a normal thing.
You guys should have played ace-10.
Nah, please.
Big rookie cracking jokes. Everyone's doing calls here. Big rookie cracking.
That's the worst. Yeah, when it's like in the olden days when I would play like 36 hours, and then at like 7 a.m. the coffee guys would come in, and they were so awake and sharp.
And Phil takes it down with a small stab. As Phil came over my shoulder to watch this hand and watch himself take a small stab.
It used to close. It used to close at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Definitely a fun feeling after just shipping a tournament like that. And yeah, Phil, just always a good time to have around. So
Here they
Oh
come.
my God.
Here they all come.
got a nice replay of Phil telling a story here. Back to the action. Paul raised with King 10 of Hearts, I saw. And we got Justin and Phil both coming along with calls. And big flop for Paul with King High Flush. His two opponents, however, have nothing. But Paul does start with a check, so has an opportunity to win some chips that way. Phil takes a stab. Let's see if Paul continues with call or raise. Definitely both options. He goes for a call. I like it. Going to the turn, heads up. So turn pairs the board. Phil still has nothing. A little bit hard to find a barrel, I'd say, with ace queen no heart here. So Phil does river top pair, but it is a fourth heart. Does Paul want to go for value here? He might. I think Paul's probably more likely to have a good heart in this line. So especially with two hearts there, it's kind of just blocking the stuff he wants to deuce from. Of course, deucing bluffs could be a thing too, but not sure how often Phil would be doing that here. I think with the queen, he's just going to be content to showdown.
I got lucky on the river. I checked.
I don't think you did. I don't think you did, Phil.
I did not get lucky on the river.
Did not get lucky on the river.
Double checking. Nope, they're nope.
Yeah, definitely some hope to win there though with the river queen.
The best, honestly.
I guess I could have won that if I bet like 8,000.
I hope I didn't scare you too much,
Maybe it wouldn't work even.
You're the best.
The problem is if you bet 8,000, then Paul's thinking, why would he bet 8,000? If he has a full house or ace of hearts, he's going to try and get paid, not blow me off the hand. And then he goes back into that, I have to call.
Matrix, yeah. Back in the Matrix.
Yeah, he's back in the lines, and then I'm just burning money if I bet there without a heart of ace or a fully full.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a lot of fun watching Paul and Phil play and banter together.
Give you some showdown.
I think I got saved. That run out kind of saved me.
And looks like they're going to be playing again here.
Like the board pair and a fourth heart.
The board pairs in the fourth heart. That's
Shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's big early.
He flopped the second.
Ooh, big flop for Paul.
Roll game.
Open-ended straight flush draw. Although Phil does have one of those cards. Quick check on the flop. I would imagine Paul is going to go for something here. Oh yeah, big bet. I like it. He goes for 2x pot.
Oh.
I think this is nice.
Oh, it's that sweet double pain.
And Phil with a pre-fold speech here.
Gotta look that one up.
Write it down. Write down the
I could
timestamp.
easily have the best hand there. Big rookie. Is king high good there? At what percent? 20%, right?
That's asking big rookie how often king high is good there.
20% of the time. What it felt like.
In that instance, he was good. He had a lot of outs to fade, but he was ahead.
Just checking back the flop.
Way ahead.
And yeah, Phil alluding to the fact that he had one card of each of both of the suits on the board, so does some blocking. Some blocking, but on the other hand, it's fewer potential draws that opponent can have.
$1,000 free roll if I didn't have king jack offsuit. You're on the $1,000 free roll. That's what you get.
You're a favorite to win the hand.
If you discover that I didn't have king jack offsuit,
I believe that you have king jack.
Justin's going to be bumping it with 2 10s here. Let's see if Paul wants to continue. He does. So heads up to the flop.
Is that good 28% of the time?
20%?
Check. No, 28.
Yeah, something like that.
It feels like it, right?
And Jack 9 deuce. So flop for 10s. That's a good turn card though. 3 10s now. However, draws abound. 3 clubs. 3 to a straight.
You probably had the best end.
I might have the best hand.
Justin goes for a small bet on the turn.
All the weird, Paul.
Kind of an interesting spot for Paul here. Has an open ender, but it's a pretty dirty
He
one.
knows like I'm an old dinosaur, so right, like
Does have the king working too, so if the queen comes, he makes the good straight.
13, even though I had a king jack.
Seems like a close spot. Oh yeah, Paul's gonna go for raised, and it kind of makes sense to me. I think he's going to have more flushes and straights as played. So yeah, even with pocket 10s here, I mean, Justin, he is, bluff catching. He's obviously not going to fold the turn. Has outs to a full house, of course.
You watch him, yeah. Time consuming, huh? Yeah.
A lot more than you would imagine at
That's
first.
the thing.
That's 16.
Because sometimes I get into it, I'm like, oh, I want to watch this in real time. And then
Brick River, let's see what Paul does. This is a really tough spot for Justin if Paul goes with a big bet here.
Man.
What do you think the minimum?
In the future, the AI will just know what you want to know.
What do I think Paul needs to bet to?
Yeah.
I think Paul's pretty polar in this spot. I think he will go probably a little slightly over pot. I would guess like 5,000 or something like that.
Once all the quadriplegics get handled,
yeah, it's a little, not having a club isn't ideal for Paul, but I don't think Justin's going to have too many flushes here.
Joel.
I mean, he should be checking back some flush draws on the flop, but
The videos. I listen
I think in practice a lot of players underdo that.
all the scientists.
Justin may not be one though. He's a very good player. But yeah, I still think this is a pretty nice hand for Paul to bluff with.
He does a great job.
And
Yep.
going to be really tough for Justin if he does it.
I use AI in my business.
Cool. It helps a lot. I hear people that use it.
Because you put in everybody's characteristics and you can design a lens.
And Paul's reaching for chips. Let's see what he goes for.
Person's outdoor, person.
Right. Yeah. That's cool.
So I get millions.
Oh no, C checked, sorry. Excuse me.
I used it today, actually. I asked the AI, please give me a list of the top 20 most common gods, and then I want all the
Most
uncommon
common what?
gods, deities, religious, because I needed to pray to
Yes,
everyone.
Paul does it with the white flag. Understandable. Certainly preferred to have a club when bluffing there.
This, that. I had like a list of 100. And I would
Also,
look at them
not
all the
by
time.
far not a guarantee that Justin would fold his hand either.
You know, so I would look at the names of
I
the
mean,
gods,
Paul is just trying to upper flush draw straight.
channel it, all that, maybe into a 2-pair hand or something. It's a free roll, right?
But did you forget the god of, let's say, Judaism and Christianity?
It was in there. Those were at the top of the list.
Or you included those?
Yeah. The top 5 are like obvious ones anyone can name.
Okay, but those are the ones a lot of people forget.
Let's look at the chip stacks.
It's going to be it for today. Tomorrow we got Baby Shark commentating. Always a pleasure to have Brian Hastings. I always learn a lot. IQ goes up about 7.4 points each time.
You're too kind, Wayne. Too kind.
Well, we're going to, hopefully get more of your stuff in the mix. I'm always, good friends with the Run Once guys. I'm good with Chewy, but I don't know him that well.
Wow, Perry, the only winner.
Only winner.
Granted, 3 very small losers, but yeah, Paul, the biggest loser. Justin loses about 4,600, although gets a nice chunk back on the last hand there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, good work by Perry. Obviously, the full house on 10, 7, 5, 10 Jack, where Perry overbet the river and got called by Justin's King 10 was the big one. But yeah, shorter handed game today, but still lots of interesting spots.
Yeah, a couple canceled, and Phil Locke had a great alibi.
Yeah, Phil had a very good excuse. Shipping a tournament for 380,000,
and even came right after.
And still came to play for like 30 minutes. Yeah, who loves it more?
Well, it's have respect out of the love.
Yeah,
and,
just an all-around good guy as well. Happy for him.
Yeah. And, we're probably going to go out for a Korean barbecue if you want to, sometime, not today, but if you want to join us.
Sometime, yeah. Sounds fun.
Running once, Brian Hastings. Hope you guys learn how to win millions. I know I need to.
Easy game. Get at it. Start winning your millions, everyone.
Just, win the ace-6 against kings, the 10s against kings, and the 6s against ace-jack after the ace flops.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. All right, guys. See you guys.
All right, take care.